All right. We should be good now. I think I'm losing my voice. Not sure. But we're alive. That's all that matters. My beautiful tavern music. Love this stuff. All right. First on my agenda for the usual is obviously more Pegasus. I found out about his channel from a YouTuber I won't mention. Kind of up and down about how I feel about the YouTuber he engages with. But more Pegasus is pretty on the average side when it comes to his personality. Not so extreme and out there. But he has some interesting content. And I wanted to see what his take was on the pirate software fraud situation. Now, whether it's fraud or not, I don't know. Every time I see a photo like this, I think it's AI, and I can't understand how someone wants their hair that long and put earphones over it. I mean, the earwax buildup would be gross.
Pirate software situation. Basically, people are now accusing him of fraud. YouTuber and lawyer Legal Mindset has responded, going over the potential legal implications. His moderator Kronos has also responded. Pirate Software himself has actually responded on stream and in several tweets as well.
When Pirate Software responds to a situation, he has to give you the biggest paragraph this size of Manhattan. The problem is his original content, while it was running, before all this controversy started becoming around with him, is that he got straight into the point when he explained something. It wasn't a long, detailed post like we're seeing now. It was just simple and straight to the point. Now, we get these big, long descriptions about every reason why he didn't do this, every reason why he's not wrong, every reason why everyone else is wrong. When you are outgunned by everybody else and you still have the stubbornness to say, no, you're all wrong, I'm right, that takes gumption, guile, and a level of ego I can't even begin to understand. Like, wow. That's all I gotta say. I mean, that is some strong determination on his part to just keep sticking it. I mean, if you're losing business at the rate he is, man, it's like Russia. It really is. Pirate Software and Russia share one thing in common. They don't know how to take an L and will twist it in any way to make it seem like they are fine and have done nothing wrong.
Well, and it's not looking very good. Subscribe for the absolute best daily entertainment.
Let's up those numbers!
This is more Pegasus. This is his video reacting, with me reacting to his reaction. But Pirate Software just got exposed big time. I'm not a big fan of cagey titles like this. I prefer my titles to at least have some actual clear reason what the title and what it's about. Because, I mean, when you just put this, people have to click it and watch it in order to see it. And I understand this works for getting people to click and watch, but not for me. I can't do gotcha titles like that where it has no context as to what it is they're about to watch.
Now, quick context, Pirate Software is a streamer with a massive ego that has been in drama for over a month now. This is for various different things, but one of the main dramas was him spreading misinformation about the Stop Killing Games movement, which was basically a movement trying to get signatures to help put game preservation laws in place. Now, he responded several times, made a complete fool of himself because his ego is massive and he can't seem to ever admit fault. There's also a bunch of side stuff going on. He had some WoW drama where he got his party killed. People have been questioning his reputation as a so-called intelligent person.
Well,
And in general, he just seems very fake, from his credentials to his gaming skill to basically everything about him.
Well.
Shout out to fellow YouTuber Quinthio, who has covered this extensively. And no, this is not my...
Quintio is not a reaction channel, and he's not a slop tuber. He's more of a I feel like he's more of a comedy news zone, where how he does his channel. he doesn't feel like he's trying to just promote and seek out drama. I think he just likes it being comical, but providing news and context. Because he was the first one I saw. I literally caught the live stream where he posted, someone sent him the video and sent him the information about what Pirate Software did with manipulating the numbers in his hype train on Twitch. Keep in mind, I know little to nothing about Twitch's workings in and out. I may have used the platform, but I never got that deep or that far into it. But in this case, I'm trying to understand why Pirate Software. It's like the old saying, karma. If you do something good will happen to you. If you do something bad will happen to you. He's continued to do bad, and every time it seems like he might just be a little bit out of it, he goes and does something else. Now, he accidentally showed the Discord. Crazy accident, and I don't know why that had to be the thing that popped up. It was like karma said, huh? Gotcha. And then right after that, he deletes the whole VOD to make sure no one can get it. So it stays hidden. So we know he's obviously fraudulent. Like I've said before, I think he's the biggest con man in the history of the internet. I've never seen a con that was this strong, that went, I mean, it went for about almost a year, but he conned everyone. He really did. They were conned into believing he was something he was not.
Alt guys. But anyways, today I wanted to talk about the potential fraud he might have committed on Twitch. So basically, some DMs got leaked between him and his moderator Kronos, and it appears they might have been setting up donations to themselves to artificially inflate the hype train on Twitch. And then Pirate might have been paying back these donations to him behind the scenes. So if you don't know what a hype train is, it's basically whenever you have a surge in subscriptions or bits on Twitch, you get this ongoing hype train, and you can unlock emotes and shit like that. And of course, when people see there's a lot of hype behind it and there's all this momentum behind these donations, it inspires other viewers to donate as well. And Pirate in the past also had one of the biggest hype trains ever, but because of
Yeah, it was a while back before Twitch boosted it, but he got to the max level of 55. And apparently Twitch did an update extending the level to like 100 plus, and he broke it again. And this is where this whole situation comes in play, because it's on the most recent hype train he did.
this potential fraud, it sets up a host of legal problems. And in general, the drama has gotten so bad that Pirate's been losing tons and tons of followers and subs as well. But let's just start with the incriminating leaked DMs here. Pirate accidentally flashed this on stream. So this is a conversation between Kronos, his moderator, and Pirate himself. Kronos says, Pirate Software says, let me know if you do. Bits is going to be the best way to do it due to the return if you need to save it. Bits rather than tier 3s? Tier 3s might be better, don't know. Bits is 82% return when you buy them in bulk. Have you bought any yet? I've done 100 tier 1s on my personal and ready to do 40 tier 3s on an alt, so this alt will come up very soon. Can do bits instead or both. Chrono says, did 50k bits at 20 seconds left. Okay, what is the alt account? Serendipitous Bean. Okay, so this name will be very important. Apparently, this is Kronos' alt, and he tries to pretend this is one of his like IRL friends or something. All part of the massive scheme they got going on. Where's the beef? Didn't mention this to the mods either. Now the challenge is to clear the queue.
I want to be clear. All the controversy surrounding Pirate Software, if we exclude the Stop Killing Games initiative, it all seems so stupid for people that are getting upset over it. But what they're not getting upset about is not the controversies themselves. It's the way that Pirate Software has approached every single one, stating it like it's everyone else's fault, and it's not his. He did nothing wrong. It's astonishing to me that his ego is like this.
queue. Now, I think what they mean by clear the queue is clear the list of donations, go through them one by one. Basically, the donations that don't get cleared get donated to charity or something. Anyway, so basically, Pirate, the absolute genius here, had his mod donate him bits and then had him create an alt account to pretend to be an IRL friend of his mod and then donate when it was actually just a mod himself. So we got this absolute two stooges scheming here, trying to artificially inflate their hype train. Now, I don't know why you do this as a already popular streamer. It seems pretty pathetic if you ask me. I feel like the amount of ego you actually need to donate to yourself is crazy. But anyways, let's check out the stream that actually got him caught. Shout out to Quincio for these clips.
But I want to give credit to the individual who had this archived VOD, and that is Scorpion from MK on Kiwi Farm.
I wish I could place my head between them and go full burr mode and make... What?
Burr mode? Oh, burr.
So this is him pulling it up on stream.
How? How is this right there? If there are gods, if there is irony, if there is something, this has got to be Karma's biggest twist in the arm for Pirate Software.
Here, and I'll just go ahead and let the rest of it play, as you guys will see that this is indeed Pirate Software.
How? Why is this the conversation that pops up? How is this the thing? Oh, wow.
You can see his messages between Kronos, the ones that we were just showing you, and then you're going to watch him go ahead and delete the text-to-speech that he just heard.
What? What is this? Where is it? I'm gonna find this. I need to find your message. God damn it,
your
click.
Discord?
Click your garbage machine.
Discord RTSs?
What?
Yeah, it's blurry as hell.
Who are you?
I am really... Okay, well, I'm not going to say that. Pair of blank in a few days ago. They look perfect, so soft and so beautiful. Such a nice shape. The bounce they had when they moved. I wish I could place my head between them and go full burr mode. I figured that's what it was about and make them sing. But I know I shouldn't. I have to let them go, after all. Birds aren't meant to be caged. Remember, everyone, wildlife aren't pets and aren't meant to be. Okay. There is a bird that is called this. I don't know its name. I think it's this. Let me see real quick. Is there? Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. So there is a bird with that name. I figured. I wasn't sure, but there was.
Why are you like this? Number 420. Deleted. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, that is not good. That is definitely a legit clip right there. So he basically flashed his DMs on stream real quick. You know, classic streamer mistake right there. Clicked the wrong tab, opened the wrong OBS scene. Plenty of streamers have made this mistake in the past, but I feel like it would be better off if he accidentally flashed some like prawn instead, or even like, I don't know, good boy mommy girlfriend ASMR videos would be better than this. At least that way you're just a bit of a weirdo instead of somebody you actually potentially might have committed fraud. Wow. So obviously they ended up, you know, deleting the VODs, wiping out any instance.
They tried. They definitely tried, but the internet finds a way.
Of this clip on the internet essentially, but fortunately so we had random people who archived it, and that's why we actually have this clip. So anyways, now let's get to Legal Mindset's analysis of the situation, because apparently he can be liable in a variety of ways.
Now, it appears his DM, the DM with his moderator, it appears his DM was purchasing bits to extend Pirate's hype train. By and in and of itself, and we're going to see that with the terms of service, etc., that probably wouldn't be...
Also, I went over Legal Mindset's take on this and what he explained, and like I said, I don't think Twitch is going to do a damn thing. I don't. They've never enforced their policy equal among everybody. They'll always go after some rando, and then a person as big as Pirate, they'll never do it. There's been a few big streamers they banned randomly. Twitch did to Asmongold, I believe, once.
Be a problem if the moderator was doing that on their moderator account, right? And the moderator was just as a moderator going and donating those bits. However, it was beyond just the moderator doing it. The moderator was donating them not with their main account, but with an alt account, which the mod made Pirate aware of, and which presented itself not as the mod, but as a friend of the mod, as a separate person who was not the mod, which is not true. We're going to see that right today. But in that screenshot, we have some pretty damning proof that he was talking with the moderator in order to engage in this behavior. It says, let me know if you do. Bits is going to be the best way to do it due to the return if you need to save it. So what he's talking about is, what is the most efficient way for you to buy these bits and then extend the hype train? And the return would imply that he's going to get money back, that he's going to...
Yeah, I don't understand why people do this kind of stuff. I don't understand why humans in general do the weird things that they do. You have to admit, as a species, we are crazy. We are crazy. We literally breed plants to create hotter peppers. Just so we can say, ow, that hurts more. Like, the stuff that we do as a species is nuts. It's pretty impressive, but it's nuts.
Going to get reimbursed. So that implies that as this moderator is donating, Pirate Software is going to pay him back for what he gets. So it's going to be returned to him.
Right, so obviously that is blatantly not allowed. Secretly paying back the donations in order to artificially inflate the numbers is absolutely crazy. Now, don't worry, this isn't somehow automatically generating money here. This isn't like an infinite money glitch here. They still make a net loss because obviously when you donate, Twitch takes a cut, right? But they are scheming here to minimize the losses here and maximize, you know, the hype train here. And if you look at the whole picture, it definitely leads to profits for them because...
I'm curious about this. My name is Jason Thor Hall, but I just go by the middle name of Thor. I started in the games industry in 2004 on World of Warcraft Vanilla. I worked for Blizzard Entertainment, Amazon Game Studios, and the United States Department of Energy, and now Pirate Software. I've got 3 black badges from DEF CON, 2 for cryptograph, and 1 for telefreaking. Programmer, hacker, game developer, and all-around giant nerd. I want to make this clear. Hackers do not call themselves hackers. They do not. You're either a white hat or a black hat. That's what it's been known about. Hacking is such a outdated term. Most people, we don't even call it hacking. We don't call it that. You're either a black hat or a white hat, or you're the type that does, like to call it punching a system, testing vulnerabilities. That's usually a white hat. Black hats are the ones who are trying to scam or profit off somebody. And I don't know how to tell you this. People just don't use the term hacker anymore. It's so outdated. Hacker doesn't mean anything. Because the level at which we are at now, it's not even a thing. Hacking was a thing back during the early XP days with Windows. Was a thing on Vista, despite how terrible that operating system was. Windows 7, which was my favorite operating system of all time. I will always love Windows 7. Windows 7 worked, and it was great. Then you get Windows 8, then you get Windows 10, and then you get the next Windows after Windows 10. Windows 8 was crazy to me because there was people in companies that were putting Windows 8 on a standard laptop. Windows 8 was specifically designed for touchscreen programming, not a standardized laptop. And the fact that they removed the start screen, the little window down here, this lovely little thing, the fact that they removed it and didn't bring it back until they released Windows 10, ugh, I'll never forget that. Vista was silly. Windows 7 was great. That was my favorite operating system. I'll never forget it.
When people see this massive hype train, they are more incentivized to donate, and that completely negates the so-called loss they're taking from the Twitch donations. And it's not even that much, it's about like 80% plus, so they only end up losing a very small percentage. By the way, I don't know what the hell Dan Clancy is doing. Wake up, buddy. It's time to stop gooning for once in your goddamn life and enforce the TOS. This is a blatant violation. So after this, he talks about Kronos.
They won't. They never do. They pick and choose who they want to enforce it on. Same thing with YouTube.
His alt, the serendipitous bean.
IRL friend of Kronos. So Kronos is the main moderator and excited that they are free from corporate. Love your stream and what you do for the people here. There aren't many cooler supportive streamers left once they get big like this. Stay cool, bud, and tell Kronos that Ben sends their regards. So this person is clearly painting themselves as not Kronos, not the moderator, but a separate IRL friend of this moderator, which is extremely deceptive if you ask me.
Serendipitous Bean with 50,000 bits said IRL friend
Hello.
of Kronos and excited
cat's
that they're
back
now
again.
free from corporate.
I know.
Love your stream and what you do for people here. There aren't many cool or supportive streamers left once they get big like this. Stay cool, bud, and tell Kronos that Ben sends their regards.
I'm sorry you had to know Kronos in real life,
with
just like me.
500 bits said when is Yar pregnant man going to be real?
Dude, this
I was
guy
wearing that
can't be
banana
real.
suit.
This guy actually can't be real. Here you are, like a cringe lord, pretending like that is an actual different person and not the guy you instructed to do the shit. The level of secondhand embarrassment I have, holy sh**.
You gotta admit, More Pegasus loves his SpongeBob, but SpongeBob makes up a lot of memes.
Shit. And this is supposed to be your extremely confident, always right streamer here, who apparently just is a god at everything, right? He can figure out puzzles and games immediately. He's a god at coding. He worked at Blizzard. He's just the king of everything, it seems. Meanwhile, here's what he's doing behind the scenes, like actually donating to himself, bruh. Also, I just love that in the donation,
much.
he is glazing himself. You can't make this shit up. And I'm gonna say it's himself because I highly doubt the moderator made it up himself, unless he's just like an Omega simp. I don't know what exactly is their relationship here. You know, this is a great idea. I gotta start doing this, you know? None of the comments ever on my channel ever is actually real people, guys. It's actually me on my 7 billion alternate accounts. Anyways, now we get to the juicy legal repercussions on 3 levels, from Twitch TOS to federal and state law.
So the first one is Twitch terms of service. Then we have
Federal and state laws, I don't think. It's such a small thing. But there is the part of it where he can probably be sued for defrauding his audience. But that's more of a class action, I would assume. Where you get a bunch of them together to do it. Because they thought they were helping the hype train when in fact it was him helping his own hype train.
federal law violations and state law violations. So let's look at the Twitch terms of service. So obviously you're supposed to use bits in a certain way. You're supposed to behave like a normal contributor and not do certain impermissible things. And a big thing here, and this is one that I think he has to really watch out for, is selling, offering to sell, trading, bartering, or transferring bits to other users in exchange for real or virtual currencies. So if this mod is using these bits and transferring them to Pirate Software, and Pirate Software is converting that to cash and paying him back, that would appear to violate the TOS.
Okay, so basically the rule
Appear to violate it. Twitch would look at this and be like, yeah, he ain't violating no part of our TOS. Besides, we like to write terms of services because we just want to seem like we're doing something.
there is that you can't exchange bits for real money. And you might be asking why. Well, the obvious reason is that it prevents money laundering or fraud of any type. The second reason is that they want to maintain control over the whole currency ecosystem, right? Obviously, Twitch wants to remain as the sole entity that monetizes the bit purchases. And the third reason is probably tax reasons. Twitch has to track the income of all the streamers, right? So they gotta make it easy to track, and if you allow this sort of off-platform trades, it's going to be absolute nightmares, which is why they prohibit it. Right, so this next part he talks about the relationship between a mod and a streamer and how that is related to the legal repercussions.
Beyond that, You cannot use the bits to engage in any fraudulent, criminal, or otherwise unauthorized activity, soliciting or receiving bits for any fraudulent or any other criminal activity. That could be a problem because of the nature of what they did, because they engaged in.
Is bits considered something similar to Bitcoin? Does it have an actual value?
A kind of fraud there where you were having a sock puppet account, a fake account, an alt account, right? That is donating these bits, pretending to be a friend instead of a mod. Now, understand that a mod can very well be perceived as an agent or an employee of the streamer. So if a mod goes out and does something on the streamer's behalf, they are an agent. And the streamer is what's called the principal.
Secret agent man. Secret agent man.
That's principal agent theory. And a principal can be liable for the actions of their agent. If you tell somebody to go out and do something, and certainly if you're compensating them or reimbursing them for that, they are your agent. So it's as if the streamer was doing this. So it's as if Pirate Software was engaging in this. And in this case, it's doubly damning because he shows he knows this. He was told this and he didn't say, don't do that. He didn't say, well, that might be against TOS. He says, well, that's kind of shady. No, he's like, okay, great. He's like, okay, fine. In fact, he's strategizing on the best way to do this.
Right, so we can obviously understand this. If you hire a hitman to go and, kill somebody, even though you didn't actually commit the murder, you can be held legally liable because that's like the agent principal thing. So if Pirate was actually instructing him to do these fake donations, he's actually going to be equally liable. And we kind of already know that he was aware and he was sort of coordinating this whole thing because of those leaked Discord messages.
Pretty sure he's paying his bots.
In which he was basically just leaked his whole plan, man. You should really have that shit on like a separate PC or something like that. I think that's what all streamers need to do. Have like 2 PCs, have your extra monitor. Now, another interesting thing about Pirate is that he actually hires his moderators. Here we have a tweet. Thank you to every.
Oh, well, that just confirmed it. So they are hired.
Everyone in the community for the immense amount of support over the last 6 months. As a result, tomorrow we're finally able to hire on a number of the moderators and other staff full time. So that would be even worse if Pirate Software is actually paying this guy. That would make the principal agent relationship very solid there. By the way, imagine your full-time job is actually moderating for a Twitch streamer. Holy shit, like I've covered some pathetic things, but holy shit. I mean, how is that even a full-time job? Like, what do you do all day? Press timeout like every 5 seconds?
When they do a live stream, you're responsible for monitoring their chat, making sure there's no irrelevant links. You're responsible for watching their Discord, making sure that people are following the Discord rules you've set forth. And they're also helping, some of them aren't just simply moderators, they're coders. So they help design some of the features in Discord or in the Twitch in order to help maintain it.
Holy shit, man. And I'll even excuse doing it for, I don't know, somebody is doing something big, something massive, something really impressive. But for this egotistical piece of shit, you need to go do something better with your life, man, for real. But I really wonder, like, be playing you in like RuneScape Gold or some shit, because I don't know how that's sustainable at all. Like, how many moderators does he have? Is he paying every single one of them? And what are their tasks? What do they even do? Do they help him commit fraud? Now, this next part, Legal Mindset, talks about federal law, and this is pretty easy to understand. Basically, if I think, my donation is going to be the special donation that breaks the hype train record, I'm going to be more inclined to donate, right? I'm going to be more incentivized to do it if I see so many other people donating. Everybody's in on this new hype thing, which is donating to this absolute loser here, helping him break this record or whatever. But you're basically building this whole thing up on a false premise.
It's potential violations of federal law. There are 3 separate elements. So you need a representation, omission, or practice that is likely to mislead a customer. So the practice would be, hey, donating bits from the sock puppet account. The consumer's interpretation is reasonable under the circumstances. So the consumer is thinking this is a private party. This is somebody else.
I hate to break it to you, but the federal government has never once informed anything from consumers, not even the Consumers Act. They don't. Companies false advertise all the time, and then they don't get sued for it. Some do. There's some of those ones that say you've won $100,000 if you get this, and then you get it, and then you go out there and it turns out it was just an ad to get you out there so you can sign up for their drawing while looking at their cars. Seen that many times, and those get sued.
This is not the mod. This is not pirate software. They're thinking, oh, look, this person is extending the hype train. And so because of that misleading representation, that materially led others to donate more to keep it going. It's a very well-known thing in scams and cons. This is something that confidence men do. They get fake buyers to go out there and gin up interest so that people will buy stuff even though it's overpriced. That is a very common fraudulent practice. So by not disclosing the fact that essentially your agent, your employee is going out here and doing that, that is misleading a reasonable viewer, a reasonable consumer. That's a possible interpretation of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is absolutely misleading. It's kind of like those street videos in Paris. If you've ever seen one of those, there's basically a bunch of like scammers there, right? And essentially what they'll do is they hire a bunch of people to pretend to win the game, right? And these are, you know, they're employees or people they're paying for a quick buck or whatever. And these people will all win one after another. And you watching from the sidelines is like, holy shit, this person's making all this money here. I gotta try as well. And it's essentially a classic scam strategy where you think the odds of winning are much higher and you end up trying to play this game and you just, you know, end up getting scammed there. And it's obviously looking very bad for Pirate, and it always seems to be like the people with the biggest egos, right? The people who want to appear the most successful, look the best, the most popular, and it always leads you down this bad path because you feel the need to prove yourself to everybody time and time again, and sometimes your own merits are not enough, so you gotta invent shit, you gotta invent these creative ways of artificially inflating your success, right?
Yeah, there are people like that. There are people like that. I think the funniest part about all this is, it's just the whole fact that everyone bought into it. And now that it's exposed, it feels like the biggest con job ever in the internet. Like, he straight up conned everybody. Now, no, I'm not denying that he was a coder, but he wasn't the level of coder that he claims to be.
Then after this, Legal Mindset talks about the state law in California, particularly about false advertising and the unfair competition law.
There's one thing California loves doing. It's punishing you for being white. Yep.
So Consumer Legal Remedies Act, California has that. And I mentioned California, by the way, because that's where Twitch is. So it would be very reasonable if a California donor, if a California whale brought a claim against a California corporation in a California court against, Twitch and against, Mr. Pirate Software. But beyond that, there's California Business Code 17500, which leads to false or misleading statements or false or misleading advertisement. And this could be perceived as falsely advertising that you're number one on the hype train, that you're this hype train leader, that you're this person that needs to be donated to keep this thing going to breach all these levels, when really most of those levels, or maybe a lot of those levels, some of those levels were just artificially inflated by either Pirate Software's mod or the sock puppet accounts. I mean, who knows? We don't really have a full track on that yet. And beyond that, there's the unfair competition law. And this one I think is pretty juicy because this one would even allow other creators the potential to say, hey, this is unfair competition. You're allowing these people to inflate their numbers and get this hype train going on, get featured on the front page, get highlighted, get hyped up.
Pretty much another situation of, I have money, so I shall be better than you because I have more money. It's basically what this feels like when you think about it. The fact that he has to artificially inflate his numbers. It's mind-blowing that someone would actually waste time doing that.
By all of the platform and by the CEO himself, all this sort of good stuff. And that is unfair competition. That's giving them an unfair edge because they're doing things that are violating the TOS freely. And hey, if you don't enforce this, Twitch, if you don't do anything, Twitch, this is a problem.
Did somebody say CEO? Hello, everybody. It's me, Dan Clancy. My bad. Couldn't hear you over my extreme goading sash with my king, Hamas Piker, and my queen, Extra Emily, of course, who I recently made CEO. I don't care.
Oh man, they will continue to support the craziest people. They support some of the craziest people.
About terrorist glazers. What makes you think I care about false advertising or unfair competition? You know, screw all that. I'm thinking of changing the Twitch currency from bits to OnlyFans coupons. Now that's a banger idea right there.
Twitch was leaning towards that. It really was, with all those hot tub videos. The bikini videos, the stay off the side to the side of the screen. And the girl will keep saying over and over, she'll show up into the photo or the video feed and just keep saying it over and over, and everyone's sitting there and waiting. They're just sitting there waiting, and then she comes on. It's like, it's been 3 hours. Sorry, my cat, he just seems to not get to chill out. He will go on a meowing spree for 3 hours just because he wants to go outside. And he's not an outside cat. But yeah, Twitch was leaning towards that until they changed their TOS. Which again, I don't believe they enforce it correctly ever. So it doesn't matter how much they change it. If you're not going to enforce it, then what are you wasting your time for? You should just let Twitch turn into a free-for-all.
Let me know what you think, fellas. Clancy out. Dan, stop taking over my videos, man. Holy. But yeah, basically Twitch is opening itself to several lawsuits at this point from several different reasons, from several different dramas. And all of it boils down to the same thing, that they refuse to enforce their TOS properly. They just can't be asked to do it. So this next part, he talks about a few other issues.
Advertisers might feel like they were defrauded. They might feel angry.
The thing is, they had an adpocalypse at one point, Twitch did, where advertisers were leaving and refusing to come back until they did some changes. And they did that again with their TOS. And the problem is, their advertisers support these kinds of streamers with these kinds of egos and these kinds of things that just these things in general that they say. And they continue to do so. And they violate the Twitch terms of service all the time, and they do nothing about it. As long as that advertiser revenue is coming in, Twitch probably isn't going to do anything. They will ignore it until the last second. It's just like with countries being brought to a peace table. They will wait till the last minute before they do anything. How much more damage can I do and get away with before I have to actually sit down and fix it?
Because they're saying, hey, we're running ads and they're supposed to be on the top channels. But if he's falsely inflating his numbers and he's being falsely promoted, well, maybe we're not really getting the value we thought we were getting. We thought we were getting a value of someone who was number one in the hype trains, who was leading in this pack of hype trains. And we're not getting that value. And even if they don't have a claim, they might express their anger. They might pull out. They might refuse to advertise.
Okay, so about the advertiser thing, I'm pretty sure it would be way worse if he had sponsors in particular, right? That would be some straight legal liability there. I'm not sure about the mid-roll ads, right? Because I think there will be some level of liability there, because pretty sure Twitch has some level of filtration system, right? Basically, they only play the ads on specific streams. I don't think it's entirely random. So like certain streams with a specific view count or a specific genre will get a specific type of ad. And that's the way it works on YouTube as well. Even though it seems like you might be getting the most unrelated ads ever, that is the case a lot of the times, but it is more or less still tailored to the audience itself. Now, on more general types of content, it's hard to tell. Like they might find it confusing what to advertise on a commentary video. Do you put finance stuff? Do you put cooking stuff? What the hell do you put there, right? But in general, on like a finance channel, you'll be less likely to see like cooking ads or something like that. I think that's how it works. Okay, I don't work at YouTube, all right? I don't work at Twitch, so I wouldn't know. So basically the point is, if an advertiser ever felt like, okay, I'm paying this amount to be on this person's stream, but their numbers aren't even accurate. You know, I wanted this hype train or whatever, but you know, it's a very specific scenario, so it's likely we're gonna look at the other option here.
Beyond that, this could open the flawed floodgates. If Twitch does not crack down on this, does not issue some punishment, some correction, well, others might say, well, I can do that too. And then everybody is going and committing this deception, which would just open up Twitch as a really, really poor perceived platform where everyone is essentially artificially boosting their own numbers, which
It's already a fake platform. If you've lost the ability to even enforce the most standard terms of service, and you don't do it equally among everyone, you've lost your identity. You're just a company trying to get the most money. That's it. That's all it is. YouTube does the same thing. They never enforce their TOS equally among everyone. It's usually only the big ones who can get their channels back when something goes down. I'm sorry to say, in no way, shape, or form can you ever hope that a company, no matter who you're with, no matter where you're at, no matter what, ever being loyal to its own terms of service. Heck, they barely honor their own contracts. They're not like an NBA superstar or an NFL superstar who have lawyers and can afford to just take it up with their agents and just make them honor it. They just don't. If they don't have to honor it and they won't enforce it equally among everyone, there's no point. And like I said, people continue to stream on the platforms and play on these platforms despite knowing this information. I'm going to say this. Most of the people who are super fans of these streamers, are super fans of these streamers, don't know what's going on in the real world because they live in a vacuum chamber. That's it. Everything else is closed off. Noise canceling, all of it. The only thing they want to hear is from their favorite streamer or streamers.
Which once again goes towards Twitch's impotent image. Twitch is something that Twitch's a platform that I've talked about a lot because they failed to enforce their own rules evenly, fairly, and justly. And if you have terms of service and you never enforce them, well, that's not a good look for your platform as a whole.
Amazing. So basically, the downfall of Twitch continues, all right? And I don't really know.
I wouldn't say it's downfall. They're still around. I mean, everyone says, it's the downfall. It's over. He's done. 700% cooked. I'm like, clickbaity titles. They're not done. They're still around. They're still doing their thing, and they're still doing just fine. As long as they're making money, they don't care. It's all about not just a little bit of the money, not just some of the money. It's got to be all the money.
What incentive they have here to protect pirate software in particular. Now, Hamas Piker, I definitely understand. They're politically brain rotted and, you know, several other instances, you know, anti-Semitic, etc., etc. But
this is the type of fans that I'm talking about that are brain rotted to the point they don't know their left from their right and like watching some of these streamers. It's bad.
In this pirate software case, don't really get it here. Maybe they're not aware yet. They should be at this point. But we'll have to see if they ever take action because, yeah, I guess
No,
they
they
gotta
won't.
prove it beyond a reasonable doubt here
No, they
before
can't.
actually banning them. But I'm just saying, you know, not a good look to have a potential fraud case being enabled here, obviously. Anyways, moving on to this next part, it's basically pirate software's reaction to the hype train record being broken by a VTuber. And he basically says, hey guys, don't accuse them of cheating. That would be horrible.
Beetle is a name of a VTuber who ended
Yeah.
up beating that record and getting to a 111 level hype train. And this is what Pirate Software had to say when they found out their record was broken.
So Beetle broke the hype train record. Beetle's record is now level 111, and that's wild. I think that's freaking incredible, to be honest with you. With help from Valorant, I mean, yeah. So during that hype train, they got an extra 19,000 subs from Valorant, which is wild. Like, absolutely wild. So I think they ended up with something like 80,000 subs. Our hype train was 54,000 subs, but you guys had given 8 million bits. And that was kind of the difference between the two. No, there's no cheating. No, don't try to diminish what they did at all. I think Beetle is an amazing content creator. I think Neurosam is cool as shit.
Ah, yes, don't
Yeah, don't do that. Side-eyed.
diminish their achievement, guys. That would be horrible. They weren't cheating, but I was. You absolute pathetic fucking loser. The gall, the absolute audacity this guy has. Basically, I'll tell you what he's trying to do here. He's trying to get any future, at this point the cheating allegations were not made, right? Obviously he's trying to get any future cheating allegations thrown off his back as well, right? Because by defending someone who probably didn't actually cheat and didn't do this scummy shit, he sort of creates this protection barrier for himself, right? And it kind of reminds me of those roided out dudes, right, on social media who looks at like a natty physique and they're like, yeah, don't diminish this guy's work, right? They worked really hard for this. Meanwhile, they themselves are like roided out to hell.
I do have an issue with the big built and well-toned individuals between men and women who go on there and say don't body shame other people. Don't even talk about body shame, because you're body shaming people by just talking about it like that. It's a subtle nuance that your body in its own way, when you're talking like that, is insulting people who don't have that body. Anybody can see that. That's like such an obvious body shaming tactic. Even if they don't think they're body shaming them, they are by doing that. That is just it's just the worst type of body shame you can do. Look at how I look, and then tell people don't body shame this person. It's like, dude, there's some circumstances people can't get out of because of health conditions that they were born with, which sadly, this is going to be a little extreme, but there are certain people in the world with very poor genetics who should not be reproducing with other people of poor genetics, because when they do, they create children with even poorer genetics, born with all kinds of problems, suffering through their entire life. It's not fair. You're making your child's life instantly hell the moment you two decide to procreate. Humans have to take some responsibility, but they don't want to.
Actually juicing, so they want that level of protection themselves by protecting somebody else.
I would assume that cheating in terms of building up a hype train would maybe be to artificially inflate it yourself, by chance coordinating with a mod of yours, maybe your head mod, to keep a hype train alive. I would say that myself. Could be wrong. Interested to hear what you guys think.
No, you're definitely right. That is 100% cheating if that is actually what happened there. And I've yet to see compelling evidence otherwise. You are absolutely inflating your numbers there, getting an achievement you didn't deserve, and, you know, gaming the whole system there while pretending you did it organically, which would definitely fall under cheating. But anyways, let's move on to his mod's response. This is the Kronos person he was talking to. They've actually responded on Twitter in the most disingenuous way. I don't believe a word they're saying.
I've spoken about...
You could have asked me about this one had you reached out. I've spoken about this before, but I guess the truth isn't as compelling. Kronos the 7th on Discord. VOD was removed to prevent 2015 repeat of people watching the 2024 video and messaging donors, myself included. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was deleted because that chat came up. That is precisely why it was deleted. Oh my god. We're not dumb, dude. We're just not that dumb. This is just like, this is how companies, developers, and publishers for game companies with the Stop Killing Games initiative treat their consumers. You don't know what you want. We know what you want. Give us your money. That's what this is. This is what this is. In every way, shape, and form. Man.
About this before, but I guess the truth isn't as compelling. Kronos VII on Discord. VOD was removed to prevent a 2025 repeat of people watching the 2024 video and messaging donators, myself included. Said this before, in January during the WoW drama, people contacted me and others about donating during the hype train record in 2024. This year, I did less from my main and did some on an alt. Now, I'll be honest, I'm a bit confused about this message, but he said that he did do 100 tier 1s on his personal. Now, if you have an issue with people harassing you and you end up using an alt, I would figure that you would probably send most of the donations through that alt account, but sending 100 separate tier 1 subs, or maybe they were grouped in 5s, 25, maybe did it all at once, that's still putting your name out there. That's still going to get people to message you. So, I mean, having the VOD deleted afterwards is going to solve all of it regardless, so you shouldn't have to worry about if you donate it using your personal account. The VODs have been wiped.
Yeah, I'll tell you why it doesn't add up. They are just straight up bullshitting. I'm calling it right now. He is in cahoots with Pirate Software, obviously, okay? You can't trust the thing this guy says. He was pretty much enabling the fraud, you know, taking part in it as well, you know, being part of this whole scheme, going along with it. So obviously he's going to try to protect his own image here. You know, this is like a bank robber going, you know, I only took down the security cameras while I was robbing the bank because, well, you know, I had a bad hair day that day. I just didn't want the poor security guards to look at my bad hair. So therefore, I had to take it down, right? Nothing to see here, right? I just deleted the VOD because of, definitely not because I'm doing some like extremely shady shit. Then this next part, he talks about the mats behind the whole thing and like how they're trying to efficiently, you know, pull off this whole ordeal, right?
When your viewers perform and confirm an action that requires bits within the extension on your channel page, you'll earn 80% of 1 US cent per bit
that's why
used,
I said
and the remaining
82%.
20% is shared with the extension developer. So here's that 80%, but let's do a little bit of that math. So taking a look here, I just took a screenshot. It went into a Twitch stream, went to the bits, and you can actually get a 12% discount at 25,000 bits. So that puts you at a $308 price tag. Now to make this a bit easier to understand, one of my buddies here actually created this here, so special thanks to them, but we're showing that 82%. So bit is 82% when you buy them in bulk. What he means is, if you spend $308 to buy 25,000 bits, donate them, the streamer gets $250. And then of course Twitch takes its fee, that 20% being $58, which means that $250 is the money going out, like to the streamer, and $308 is the money that you put into the system to give that 250 to the streamer. So that's how you end up getting a return on your money of 81.1.6. But they're also trying to save as much overhead as possible and get it back to Kronos without bleeding as much money.
Right, so they literally created this efficient operation here to make sure they lose the least amount of money humanly possible while still artificially boosting the numbers. I mean, it's very hard to argue what they're doing here isn't, you know, shady here. I don't know if they're gonna have some sort of defense for this. So far, all the responses I've seen is horrible, and we'll take a look at Pirate's response as well, but holy shit, this is completely shameless. But anyways, let's move on to Pirate's response.
The shameless. It was shameless.
To the whole situation.
Like, that's been a public thing forever. I think I even talked about it on there. That's against TOS, though? No, it is not against TOS. It is absolutely not against TOS to have somebody use their own money to buy subs and bits for the channel if they want to. That in no way was triggered by me, nor was he compensated for that or reimbursed for it. That is not against TOS.
I don't believe a word coming out of his mouth. Not anymore.
So it's a shit joke at this point. Just because you heard it on YouTube doesn't mean it is. In fact, I guarantee that you could go to thousands and thousands of communities across this entire platform and find lots of different moderators supporting the stream. Do you know why? Because moderators are generally the first fans of the stream. That is how that works in every community on this platform. And people somehow don't understand that because you're blinded by your dislike of me. And I understand that you're upset at me, but you have to stop making shit up to be mad about. It's stupid at this point.
Okay, so you're saying that your moderator was acting out of their own volition. They just happened to really fall in love with.
The stunningness of this whole thing is the fact that I would be willing to take him at face value with this if he didn't delete the VOD directly after showing that list of messages, because he knew exactly why he deleted it. It had nothing to do with potential donators getting messaged. It had everything to do with he got caught in it, he got karma'd, he got nailed, and he just will not take the L. If his downfall, well, he's already downfalled. Right now, he's in the victim stage, as I said before, because there's 4 stages to this whole thing. So, and let's go to my 4 stages because I got them right here. I keep it active right here on the content. Let me see. Pirate Software is spiraling, doubling down, downfall, and then you get to victimhood. That's where we're at. Go ahead and delete that. Because that's where we're at. We are definitely there.
With you, right? You're like a beautiful e-girl that they're donating all of their money to conveniently. My question is, what about the leaked DMs though? You were quite clearly coordinating with this person, right? And why did he feel the need to have to pretend to have an IRL friend who was donating, but it was actually his own alternate account? So why did he have to even do that whole thing if
why?
this wasn't part of the scheme you were doing? I just want to see an explanation for that. If you can justify that. I mean, so far, it's just not adding up at all. And with the evidence so far,
It doesn't have to add up. All it has to be is he deleted the VOD that showed the messages. Once you've done that, you've already implicated yourself in every way, shape, and form.
I'm more inclined to believe that this was definitely some level of shady shit going on. Obviously, I'm not the court. I'm not gonna make a final judgment on this. I'll let you guys decide. Okay.
Oh, I'm making a final judgment. The terms of service for Twitch is clear. They won't enforce it, but it is clear this is a violation of the terms of service. The problem is, though, Twitch has no means to catch the people who violate that with the bits. They don't. There's no way you can track that. You can't track someone's alt popping on there. The only way they could definitively know, is if they IP looked up each login to see if it was linked to similar accounts. That would be it. You can do DNS trace, but that's more expensive. The problem is they don't have a means to track this with other streamers unless it's caught like it was caught with Pirate red-handed. So, his hand was in the cookie jar. Except, there was no cookies in there. There's just a whole lot of SlapTuber cockroaches that really want to get their hands on that nifty VOD.
Okay, what do you think from seeing all these clips here? Now, a definitive way to prove this would be actually the bank statements or the, behind the scenes transactions showing that, hey, I didn't actually pay him back for any of this or any of that. I'm not buying that shit though. Also, he's not gonna leak all of his transactions or something like that. So I don't know. I feel like nothing is really adding up here, and just Pirate Software's history in general is just not being a very honest person, is it? Okay, so somebody posted this tweet on Twitter just calling out Pirate Software, and he responded saying, nope, Kronos used his own money to do this and asked if it was okay to do so. He wasn't paid for this or told to do it either. He's a grown-ass man and can spend his money in whatever way he chooses. You can hate me all you like, but going after my staff is shit tier behavior.
Dude. Wow. Coping mechanism. Nope.
I do not hate a single person, but I don't spend time discussing what I'm going to do with my money with my boss. Exactly. That makes no sense, especially not something that directly influences others, but potentially spending money that benefits my boss. Oh my god, Thor is now brigading this post, posting his 190k plus member Discord server, sending them after a person. The mob is attempting to go after Kronos now. Oh my god.
Broski, nope. Kronos used his own money to do this. Yeah.
This guy's insufferable.
The community all the time.
So somebody asked, did the 82% apply to your perspective instead of Kronos's in this conversation? Confused by the wording if not. He responds, this is something I talk about with the community all the time. If you purchase 25,000 bits, around 82% of your purchase ends up making it a streamer, and as such pushes the hype train more. It's not secret info, it's basic math. He wanted to push the train, so I let him know. As I always let everyone know, the best way to do so. At the end of the day, it's his money.
But here's the problem. You can't feed the excuse that you deleted the VOD because people would message the donators. That's not true. Why did you delete the VOD? Why? You have tons of VODs up to this point, which have shown the people on your Discord before. It's not the first time it's happened, but those VODs are still up. Why is this VOD, specifically with your conversation with Kronos, the one you deleted? It's sussy. It's very sussy. Very, very.
money, nobody was told to do anything, and he has his own man and he can do what he wants. Why did you have him use an alt to do it? Please tell me.
That's the other thing. Why?
He responded. Okay, no response. And then lie with his donation message on the alt account. You say this shit with arrogance while defending a message where you say tier these might be better. Simple math, guys. Simple math. Kronos messaged me over Discord. He provided more context, but I also asked if he was paid back for the donations. He said he was not reimbursed for these. Yeah, lots of guilty people don't admit to their deeds. Sounds believable. Why would a mod spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars to collude with a streamer out of the goodness of his heart? Either a big fat liar or being cucked so hard parasocially. Kronos is a paid employee of Jason's. He likes to brag about how his mods are paid with benefits. So as a company, they're actually rigging it. Yeah, that definitely makes it look extra shady. Pretty hilarious watching his entire existence crumble because his ego is too big to cope with being a roach. But your honor, did you know that he works for Blizzard? Anyways, click this video or you turn into
He said he's worked for Blizzard many, many times. Oh boy. And then he says, I've literally never talked about it. Blizzard, 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 Blizzard. There's literally a video with making it into a song. Blizzard, 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 Blizzard. Ah! Oh, this guy is something. I will give him kudos for one thing. He knows how not to cave. He just keeps it going. All right, now we're moving on to some lore videos. Something I haven't done yet because this pirate software and the Ukrainian war and then the Hassan H3H3 and grifters and all that was more interesting for me at the time. But now I'm going to watch a Netherrealm video. This is going to be a long one. But this is my favorite fiction out of everything. Netherrealm, D&D, Faerun, Aber Terrell. You gotta love it. Like, D&D's lore is staggering. What they've done with it. Mainly what Ed Greenwood did with it. Gary Gygax created the universe and created the concepts, and then Ed Greenwood was like, here, George R. R. Martin level designs here.
It was once the most powerful and influential magical empire in the history of Faerun. Rising from humble beginnings as a collection of villages, Netherrealm grew to dominate.
They were fishing villages, and they ended up finding the golden scales of the world serpent, which later became named the Netherese Scrolls. Or the Scrolls of Netherrealm. It's one of two, but most people just state either or. The point is, they were the golden scales of the world serpent. They were a set of scrolls that I believe were created way back before the elves even existed by a ancient nation, and they were one of the first civilizations on Faerun. Even before the giants, even before the dragons, they were one of the first civilizations. They created these scrolls, and then they sealed them away, and eventually their civilization fell. After that, you get the elves. They find the scrolls, start utilizing the 10th level magic. Then the elves start to realize this is dangerous if this gets out. So then they seal it away. And then the Netherese people, this is before they were the Netherese. A specific person, it'll probably mention the name in this video, but he found the scrolls because a lich like from the previous civilization that was a lich found this guy, told him where to find the scrolls. He collected them, and that started the Netherese Society.
Not just the land, but the very fabric of magic itself. Its arcanists wielded unprecedented power.
Let me tell you how OP an arcanist was in Netherrealm Society. They were so broken. They used the Deck of Many Things as a card game to play in their spare time. They took the original creator, the original deck, which was found, belonging to the Goddess of Fate, and then took it, and they made dumbed down versions of it that were equally, or if not close to as powerful, and anytime they wanted to just chill and play a game with one another, the Arcanists would play with the Deck of Many Things in their spare time. Cards that literally use the 9th level Wish spell and do fate spells, granting legendary weapons, and one card in there specifically which is more powerful than even Wish, capable of altering the fate of a single thing in all of creation. And the Arcanists of the Netherrealm Society were like, Uno. It's crazy to me that that's what they did with their free time. That was what they did. Deck of many things. Oh boy.
And its floating cities were wonders of the world. Yet, like all great empires, Netherrealm was doomed to fall, its glory consumed by hubris and the dangers of tampering with forces beyond their control.
Well, it was due to one individual. Like, it was a series of events. The first and most obvious event is the fact that the Netherese started to enslave the gnomes and a few other races. And they were treating them like experiments. They treated them and did experiments on them. It's how some gnomes end up born with the arcane. That's why they specialize in illusion magic. The things the Netherese did that led to their downfall first was the most obvious. They messed with 10th level magic and beyond. Second was the creation of a very unique device that gave their cities the ability to perpetually float in the sky, as well as power all their magical items, their magical needs, because it literally tore into the weave and pulled raw magic out of it and turned it into power. It was a giant gold spinny thing. I always forget its name. It's an artifact. It's one of my favorite artifacts. The Mythalar. The Mythalar. There we go. The Mythalar. I was trying to remember. The Mythalar is what it's called. It's one of my favorite artifacts in all of D&D, if not my favorite, because it did that. The other reason Netherrealm fell wasn't due to Arcanist's ego and Arcanist being so just stubborn about everything, believing that they were all powerful and that the guys were just simply really powerful wizards. It's not that. It was because they were eating the weave, like they were devouring it. And on top of the fact that they were responsible for why an ancient race came out from underground and started feeding on magic. It's more of an irony than it is them bringing it on themselves, because the fact that they were eating into the weave with the Mythalar, and every time they did that, they were damaging the weave. Mistral, the first goddess of magic, had to constantly keep repairing it. She dedicated a portion of her own consciousness to constantly maintaining the weave, because they were literally siphoning it through the Mythalar. Oh man, I always pronounce it like that. The Mythalar. Come on. And because they do that, this is the reason why I believe they fell. They damaged the weave far too much. Karsus was just the final straw that broke the camel's back, because he decided to usurp her, and in that single moment of using the Karsus's avatar spell to take her, the first and only 12th level spell, she had to kill herself. And that's when Karsus realized he had made a mistake, because he didn't know that Mistral was maintaining the weave constantly, because of the damage Netherrealm was doing to it due to the Mythalar. The Mythalar was, to me, the key reason why they fell, mostly because that device was damaging the weave constantly, forcing Mistral to constantly maintain it. Oh, and fun fact, when Mystra, Midnight, and Mistral all recombined to create the current goddess of magic, which is Mystra, the one that we see in Baldur's Gate 3, she was told by Ao, the overseer god of the entire Faerun crystal sphere, literally told her to take her power and transfer it between 10 chosen. Didn't tell her why, didn't explain to her why. He just said, take 10 humans. She's the only goddess of the greater deities that does this. All the rest have 1 or 2. She has 10. 10 chosen with a piece of her and the weave inside of them. Not to prevent a potential catastrophe if she gets killed again, though it is a good buffer to have in place. No, it was specifically because of one reason. Because Ao was actually afraid of Mystra. That's the conclusion I draw. Because he ordered her to do that. Because he was worried if she concentrated all that power into her, she would quite literally usurp him. And the thing is, Mystra has no intentions for that. She's not interested in that. She just likes magic. And she especially likes creatures from the Fae. Pixies. Evil little suckers.
This is the story of Netheril, the rise and fall of a magical empire, the discovery of ancient lore, the forging of powerful alliances.
Here's my problem with Netherrealm. My other issue. Kids being raised up there, how do they not fall off the edge? You know how clumsy and how they don't pay attention to what's going on in front of them. How do they not fall off the edge? I feel like a real picture of Netherrealm cities, there'd probably be a giant wall around the outer edge, just for children's safety. There's no way they don't, unless they have levitation magic that's set on the sides, preventing them from falling to their deaths.
And the eventual descent into shadows. From its founding to its diaspora, Netherrealm's legacy continues to shape the realms today, with its history offering lessons of both brilliance and caution. Let's journey back to the beginning, to the age when villages first banded together in defense.
Fishing villages.
And a new era was born from the knowledge of the elves and the ambition of men.
Just to be clear, the golden scales of the world serpent is what they were called first. Then they were found by the elves. The elves then sealed them away when they realized, oh, this shit is very dangerous. We shouldn't get ourselves too locked up into it. They did not create the scrolls. A lot of people think that. That's not the case. The scrolls were created by a race that came before every other race, giants, dragons, and elves. They were a lizard race of lizard reptilian people, and they created it. It was the fact that a lich that was a former member of that race was the one who led the humans to the golden scales of the world serpent.
Chapter 1. The First Stage. Long before the soaring cities and unimaginable magical feats that would come to define Netherrealm, the land was a patchwork of small, independent villages scattered across the northern plains.
Yep, and humans were under constant threat from orc invasions, because the orcs at this time didn't know how to self-sustain themselves, so in order to survive, they would invade human settlements and the elven settlements and take what they wanted. The one thing Grush, whatever, the orc god, who always battled with always battled with Corillin, the elven god, he never took the time to give his orc people the ability to be self-sufficient. Self-sustaining. Like, I mean, come on, man. It's just so simple. You're a god. How do you not do that?
These villages were isolated, each struggling to survive in a harsh and unforgiving world. The landscape was dangerous, filled with raiders and monstrous threats lurking in the wilderness. But despite these challenges, the people of these villages were hardy and determined, eking out an existence against great odds. As the years passed, the villages grew tired of living in constant fear of attack. Orcish raiders from the spine of the world mountains would frequently sweep down, pillaging their meager resources, while goblins and bandits harassed them from the forests. Recognizing that survival was impossible in isolation, the villages began to form alliances for mutual protection. The most significant of these alliances was Seventon, named after the 7 largest settlements that took the lead in coordinating this mutual defense. This cooperative effort marked a turning point in the history of the region. For the first time, these independent communities began to see themselves as part of a larger whole, united by the need to protect one another. Over time, the bonds
like
of
something you'd see
necessity
the,
grew into the early seeds of what
Christopher
would become
Columbus
a
and the Pilgrims
unified
doing with the
culture.
Indians.
However, while they might have been protected themselves from the threats of the raiders and the marauding monsters, the true transformation of these villages was yet to come, and it would come from a completely unexpected source: the elves. In negative 3830 DR, the first contact between the elves and the humans of the region was made. The elves had long lived in the forests and valleys.
To be clear, this wasn't the first contact. They had prior contact, but not in large groups. It was single individuals who would occasionally come across an elf, because even then half-elves existed. This is the first large gathering that we're aware of historically.
Valleys of Faerun, hidden away from the eyes of most humans. These elder beings, steeped in the ancient wisdom and magical knowledge, had little reason to concern themselves with human affairs. However,
Not gonna lie, that dude looks like his nose is super shifted this way.
over time, they began to notice the growing potential of these humans. Curious.
It's not the potential of the humans that they took advantage of. The elves took advantage of the humans because of their insane numbers, their ability to reproduce. Elves struggled. Like full-blooded elves struggle to reproduce because they don't have a high mating drive. But humans don't. It's not even comparable. Like horny monsters.
Curious and cautious, they initiated trade with the villagers of Seventon, exchanging goods and resources. It was through these exchanges that the elves began to share more than just material. They began to share their knowledge of magic, or as they called it, the art. The humans who became the powerful Netherese started as workers for the elves, and the elves gave this little bit of magic to help them do this job, and that little bit of magic to help them do that job. The sharing of magic was a watershed moment in history. Before this, the concept of weaving magic into reality was almost entirely foreign to humans. The elves, who had mastered the manipulation of the weave, recognized the potential for humans to learn this skill as well. It was an act of generosity, and perhaps for some elves, a test of humanity's capacity to handle such power. The first human to successfully learn and harness this newfound knowledge was Therion of Gurs, a humble scholar from one of the Seventon villages. He became the first human arcanist, a pioneer of magical study. Therion's mastery of magic inspired awe amongst his people. Under his tutelage, others began to follow in his footsteps, and soon, magic spread throughout the village like wildfire. The ability to control the forces of magic marked the beginning of a dramatic shift in the balance of power in the region. The humans of Seventon, now more confident and ambitious, began to envision a future where they could rise beyond their humble beginnings. As with all great changes, this newfound power came with consequences. While the elves had hoped that sharing magic would lead to greater cooperation between their people and the humans, the opposite began to occur. As the humans of Seventon grew stronger through their mastery of magic, they became more assertive, expanding their influence and consolidating power. This power was not just used for defense, it became a tool of conquest and domination. The Rock Gnomes, a peaceful, industrious race that had lived in small enclaves near the Seventon villages for centuries. As the humans' magical abilities grew, they saw the gnomes as not allies, but as a resource to be exploited. Using their newfound arcane abilities, the Netherese began to enslave the gnomes, forcing them into labor to help build their settlements and support their burgeoning magical society. The gnomes, powerless to resist the might of human magic, were subjugated, marking the first of many acts that would strain the moral fabric of Netheril. As the humans of Seventon expanded their influence and resources, they also faced external threats. The orcs, from the spine of the world, remained a persistent danger, raiding the villages.
Yeah, the orcs could reproduce just as fast as humans. The only difference was they were much physically stronger.
And destroying whatever they could not take. In response to these raids, the humans called upon their elven allies, the elves of Illifarn and Airlan, powerful kingdoms in their own right. They came to the aid of the Seventon Alliance, driving back the orcish hordes in a series of brutal conflicts. The battles forged a strong, though increasingly uneasy, alliance between the humans and the elves. These early conflicts served as a crucible, tempering the humans of Netheril into a force that could no longer be ignored. The alliance with the elves, combined with the newfound mastery of magic, gave the humans the confidence to look beyond mere survival. For the first time, they could envision the creation of a grand civilization, one built on the foundations of magic and cooperation. Yet, even in these early days, the seeds of Netheril's eventual downfall were being sown. Until this time, elves were a mere myth, imaginary creatures sent by the gods to lend a hand and redirect arid humans to the correct path. Netheril bowed its head in awe to these messengers of the earth spirits and venerated them. It took
Well, they weren't Netheril yet. They were still in villages.
several years for the elves to convince these scarcely civilized humans that they were mortals. Despite their successes, the humans of Netheril were beginning to exhibit the hubris that would later define their society. The enslavement of the rock gnomes was but one example of how the quest for power
And a sad
began
one
to
at
corrupt
that.
their ideals. While the elves had taught them magic in the hopes of fostering peace and prosperity, the humans had started to view magic as a tool of dominance, a way to elevate themselves above others. This arrogance would only grow as Netheril's power expanded, eventually leading them down a dangerous path. Chapter 2: The Nether Age. The Nether Age marked a critical turning point in the history of Netheril. As a young civilization transitioned from a fledgling collection of magical villages to a full-fledged empire built upon the boundless possibilities of magic. This era, named for the incredible discoveries that would shape Netheril's dominance, saw both the height of human ambition and the darker side of their growing power. The pivotal moment
Wonder
of
how
this
dark.
age occurred in -3533 DR, with the discovery
Larlock,
of the Nether
Arceus.
Scrolls. These ancient tomes, found amongst the ruins of Arivandar, were not merely books of spells or arcane theory, they were the very essence of magical knowledge. The scrolls contained the fundamental principles of magic, secrets that even the most learned elven sages had not fully mastered. For the arcanists of Netheril, this discovery opened doors to power and potential that had been previously unimaginable. The Nether Scrolls not only accelerated the Netherese mastery of magic, but it also altered the balance of power in the region forever. This set of 100 scrolls provided the Netherese with an incredible jump in spellcraft, unseen in the history of Toril. With this new knowledge, Netheril's ambitions grew. The Arcanists began experimenting with new types of spells and magical constructs, pushing the boundaries of what could be achieved through magic. The scrolls allowed them to create new forms of magic that were previously thought impossible, and the results were
Such as a 10th level spell to cleave the top of a mountain off. several kilometers long, and build entire cities on top of them. Keep in mind, though, the only way the cities floated was due to the Mytholar. Was the powering gadget. Kept feeding the magic and the spell to allow it to levitate. And it could do control, 6th level control weather, so they'd have perfect weather all the time, and power magical artifacts within a certain distance of it. Up to 20 total arcanists could be, I think, 10, maybe 20? I forget how many could attune to it at once. Even in the early days of like 1E, 2E, and 3 and 3.5, and I never played 4E, so I have no freaking clue. The Netherese didn't have to really, I don't think they had to attune to it. Because you didn't have to attune to legendary items in those editions. It wasn't until 5E that I first got introduced to the attunement system. And certain magical items you have to attune to. So in this case, maybe. But if he really got down and dirty with the details, he would explain why it was called Netheril, why it was called Netherese. Because there was a guy, forget who his name was, but he had the name Nether. And that's how they got the name Netheril. Because he discovered those freaking scrolls due to that lich lizard telling him where it was.
Astonishing. But with each new spell and each new discovery, Netheril's thirst for power became insatiable. The scrolls gave them the ability to reshape reality itself, but this power came at a cost. While the Netherese arcanists reveled in their newfound power, the elves began to grow concerned. The elves had lived through millennia and knew well the dangers of unchecked magic. Though they had initially shared their knowledge with the humans, the pace at which the Netherese were advancing now alarmed them. Worse still, the human practice of enslaving the rock gnomes had continued unabated, and the elves viewed this as a grave injustice. The tension between the elves and the humans, once united in mutual defense, had begun to fracture. The elves, particularly those of Illifarn and Erlan, took matters into their own hands. In secret, they began working to undermine Netheril's expansion, hoping to disrupt the Empire's power structure and free the enslaved rock gnomes. With human ambition, the power of Netheril had grown far too great. The Arcanists empowered by the Nether Scrolls began to view themselves as untouchable, seeing even the ancient elves as a challenge they could easily overcome. During this period, Netheril's reach expanded beyond its original borders. New alliances were forged with the Dwarven Kingdom of Delzone, a trade relationship that brought great wealth and resources into Netheril. The Arcanists traded for Dwarven craftsmanship, acquiring precious metals, gems, and weapons. The Dwarves, though hesitant to fully trust the human empire, saw the benefit of this relationship and were willing to look past Netheril's more troubling practices. This relationship would play a key role in the Empire's continued growth and security.
Yep. That's where they got most of their materials.
As Netheril grew in power, it also became more aggressive in its dealings with other human settlements. One of the most infamous acts of this period was the destruction of Thayravel, a neighboring kingdom that had once been an ally of Netheril. The Arcanists of Netheril coveted the magical knowledge held by the Thayravelan scholars and sought to seize it for themselves. In a brutal campaign, Netheril's forces crushed Thayravel, slaughtering many of its people and forcibly extracting the knowledge of their spells from the minds of the survivors. The conquest of Thayravel was a turning point, marking the moment when Netheril shifted from a society focused on exploration and discovery to one driven by conquest and domination.
And take what we want.
The absorption of Thayravel's magical secrets only further fueled Netheril's hunger for power, and it became clear that no neighboring kingdoms were safe from their ambition. This event also served as a warning to other potential rivals. To oppose Netheril was to face utter annihilation. The importance placed on magic helped bring Netheril to the top of Toril's magical nations. Despite the violence and growing ruthlessness of Netheril's arcanists, this period also saw some of the most remarkable achievements in magical study. The study of the Nether Scrolls allowed for the development of new spells and enchanted items, many of which would become the foundation for Netheril's dominance. The Arcanists developed ways to manipulate the weave of magic in ways previously thought impossible, and the scope of their magical prowess expanded rapidly. The discovery of the scrolls and the advancements that followed transformed Netheril from a small, isolated kingdom into a vast empire, feared and respected by all who knew of its power. Yet this rapid expansion led to arrogance. The Arcanists believed themselves to be invincible, with power to control the very forces of the universe. However,
And Mistral could have just ended it like that.
as their power grew, so did the opposition they faced, not only from external forces, but from within their own ranks. The Trail of Mists, a secret network designed to help the enslaved gnomes escape Netherese oppression, was one of the most direct forms of internal resistance. Though the Arcanists held near absolute power, there were still those within Netheril who saw the injustice of their actions and sought to undermine the system from within. While the Trail of Mist helped many gnomes escape to freedom, it was a dangerous operation, with those caught aiding the gnomes facing severe punishment. Despite these tensions, the Arcanists of Netheril continued their relentless pursuit of power. Their research led to the creation of even more powerful spells, and their influence spread far beyond their borders. Even as they grew, the seeds of dissent and rebellion were being sown. The elves, furious at Netheril's treatment of the gnomes and their reckless use of magic, began to plot against them more openly. Though the true confrontation between the two powers was still many years away. The Nether Age was a time of unparalleled growth and discovery for Netheril, but it was also a time of growing darkness. The Arcanists, now fully consumed by their desire for power, had set themselves on a path that would ultimately lead to both great achievements and devastating consequences. As their empire expanded and their knowledge of magic deepened, they began to lose sight of the very principles that had guided them in the beginning. What had once been a society of scholars and explorers was transforming into something far more dangerous, a magical empire that saw itself destined to rule over all. Chapter 3: The Mythalar Era.
There it
The
is.
Mythalar era marked the zenith of Netherese's power and influence, a period of incredible magical innovation and expansion. This era, spanning from approximately
Mythalar.
negative 2954 DR,
The Mythalar.
was defined by the creation of the Mythalar, a magical device of unprecedented power and utility. With the development of the Mythalar, Netheril transitioned from a society that practiced magic to one that was entirely built around it. Every aspect of life, from the economy to warfare, from transportation to architecture, became infused with arcane power, propelling Netheril to unimaginable heights.
The Mythalar was responsible for the 10th level spell that kept the giant mountains floating that they cut in half, and also responsible for powering multiple magical artifacts within a certain distance of the Mythalar. And the other was the control weather spell, the ability to control the weather as they saw fit in the areas that they were at. Everything was powered through this sucker. Literally. This was the reason why Mistral struggled to repair the weave, because this thing was constantly siphoning the weave to maintain things. Ooh, excuse me.
The birth of this era coincided with the arrival of one of Netheril's greatest figures, Lulam. Born to a modest family.
Yeah, Lulam went through being the greatest creator in Netherrealm's history to Lich, and then he became a Lich Elderbrain. Yeah, I know. A Lich Elderbrain.
And negative 3095 DR. Lulam's genius quickly became apparent as he rose through the ranks of the Arcanists. By the time he was an adult, his magical prowess had already surpassed that of his peers. But it was not just his power that set him apart, it was his vision. Lulam dreamed of a society where magic was not just a tool wielded by a few, but the very foundation upon which civilization could be built. Lulam's first great achievement was the invention of the Mythalar in negative 3014 BR. The Mythalar was a massive globe-like magical device that could generate immense amounts of magical energy and distribute it over a wide area. What made the Mythala revolutionary was its ability to power enchanted items and spells on a scale never seen before. It provided a stable source.
Keep in mind, the magical items that the Mythalar created, if you left the distance limit that those items were near the Mythalar, they would shut down. They wouldn't even work anymore. They were specifically connected to the Mythalar to be powered. Unlike other standard enchanted gear, which was considered extremely rare to find, and was enchanted through other means, and could maintain itself magically, the Mythalar's enchanted items could not.
Source of magical energy that did not rely on the constant concentration or effort of a single caster. For the first time in history, magic could be harnessed like a natural resource, used to power cities, move armies, and manipulate the environment itself. With the creation of the Mythalar, Lulam laid the foundation for Netherrealm's floating cities, or enclaves. The most famous and awe-inspiring of all Netherese achievements. The first of these enclaves was Zin Lanal, raised into the sky in negative 2954 DR. Suspended by the power of the Mythalar, Zin Lanal was a marvel of magical engineering and a prototype for dozens of floating cities that would follow. These cities, far removed from the concerns of the ground dwellers below, became the seat of power for the most influential and skilled arcanists, who lived in luxury while overseeing the vast lands beneath them. It allowed the Netherese arcanists to create magical items without the need of a permanency spell, and provided the constant magical force that allowed entire mountains to hover in the air. The creation of the floating cities gave rise to a division between High Netherrealm, the floating enclaves, and Low Netherrealm, the communities that remained on the ground.
Another reason for their downfall. The whole, we're more important than you because we were born into this situation. But at first, Netherrealm was meritocracy. Like, if you were talented, and you could succeed. But it slowly diverged away from that, where certain arcanists, rather than accepting the course of their life, chose to extend that life, refusing to give up that power and extending it for hundreds and hundreds of years. One Netherese arcanist lived to be 3,000 years old. It's not surprising to know who it is, but we'll let the video continue because I can't remember the name of it.
Citizens of High Netherrealm were the magical elite, living in splendor and comfort far above the reach of normal folk. Meanwhile, the people of Low Netherrealm, who lacked access to the Mythalar's vast magical resource, were seen as lesser, fit only for labor and menial tasks. This division between the magical and non-magical classes would have far-reaching consequences in the centuries to come. Despite these internal divisions, Netherrealm continued to expand during the Mythalar era. Lulam, now recognized as the greatest arcanist of his time,
Lolo.
led the Netherese in a series of campaigns to secure the lands surrounding their empire. One of the
I think he was the one who assembled a massive Netherese force of like 100,000 plus strong to basically wipe out the orcs until there was none of them left. Only a minor amount survived, to the point where they would not be able to reproduce and threaten the Netherese ever again.
most significant of these campaigns was a war against the orc hordes that had long plagued the southern regions near the Plain of Standing Stones. In -3012 DR, Lulam personally led the Netherese forces in a decisive battle, using his unparalleled magical might to decimate the orcish armies. The extermination of the orcs in the region allowed Netheril to expand its influence unchecked, clearing the way for new settlements and more floating enclaves. Over 140,000 orcs were slaughtered, their bodies reddening the snow of two mountains that became known as Bone Hill and Thunder Peak. The extermination of the orcish threat was seen as a great victory, but it also reflected a growing ruthlessness in Netherese foreign policy. The Arcanists became increasingly willing to use their magic not just to defend their borders, but to conquer and subjugate those they saw as inferior. This was most clearly demonstrated by the continued enslavement of the rock gnomes, who remained in chains despite ongoing efforts by the elves to liberate them. The Trail of Mists, a secret network established by elven sympathizers to help gnomes escape from Netherese oppression.
Keep in mind, most of these fantasy worlds follow our real world history with MYTHOS and other things like the Underground Railroad. That's an example of that. The Trail of Mists. That's an example of that. One person who's well known for that was Tolkien with Lord of the Rings. A ton of his stuff was represented from his books was represented by in real life religion and different creatures and things like that. Like, you can't get that far. Oh, and I want to state this fact. Wyverns have 2 wings and 2 legs and a stinger for pointing venom. Dragons have 4 legs and have wings. Please don't confuse that. Any series, show, or anything that you watch that says a dragon is this and only shows a dude with 2 wings and 2 legs and a tail, that is not a dragon. That is a wyvern.
Continued to operate during this period, but its efforts were met with fierce resistance from the Netherese ruling class. Even as these tensions simmered, Netheril's magical advancements continued at an unprecedented pace. Lulam, ever the innovator, began creating the first Mythalar-powered magic items.
Lich.
These items, which drew power directly from the Mythalar, were capable of sustaining incredibly powerful magical enchantments indefinitely, without the need for a caster to constantly maintain them. Such items became commonplace in High Netheril, where everything, from transportation to architecture, was imbued with magical energy. With each new discovery, the gap between High and Low Netheril widened. The floating enclaves became centers of art, culture, and magical innovation, while the lands below provided the food, labor, and resources necessary to sustain the luxurious lifestyles of the Arcanists. The people of Low Netheril, increasingly marginalized and impoverished, began to grow discontent with their lot, but their grievances were largely ignored by the ruling elite. The floating cities, removed as they were from the realities of life on the ground, seemed invulnerable to the problems that plagued the common folk. Yet despite these growing tensions, the Mythalar era was a time of extraordinary achievement. Netheril's floating cities were a marvel of the world, attracting scholars, traders, and adventurers from distant lands. Magical research flourished, and the Arcanists of Netheril pushed the boundaries of what was possible with magic. New spells were created at a staggering rate, and magical constructs and golems became commonplace in the floating cities. For many, it seemed that Netherreal's glory would last forever. Under Lulam's guidance, the Empire had transformed into a beacon of magical innovation, a land where anything seemed possible. The floating cities were symbols of human triumph over the natural world, and the Mythalar had unlocked possibilities that had been the stuff of dreams. But as with all great powers, Netherreal's success carried with it the seeds of its own downfall. The very magic that had elevated the Empire to greatness would one day bring about its ruin. For now, though, such concerns were far from the minds of the Netherese arcanists. Netherreal's future seemed as bright as the floating cities themselves, and Lulam, the Master Arcanist, continued to push the boundaries of what magic could achieve.
Felt like more like an
Chapter
artificer.
4. The Silver Age. The Silver Age of Netherreal was a period of stabilization, reflection, and political evolution. While the Mythalar era had brought about unparalleled magical advancement and expansion, it also introduced internal tensions and an increasingly dangerous reliance on arcane power. As Netherreal settled into its newfound power, the Empire began to face challenges that could not be solved with magic alone. In this era, the governance of Netherreal evolved to match the complexity of its society. The magical elite who ruled the floating enclaves, known as High Netherreal, were forced to develop new systems of government to address the growing needs of their civilization. In negative 2943 DR, the formation of the High Mages of Netherreal, a council of the most powerful and influential arcanists, marked a turning point in how Netherreal was governed. This council became the ruling body of Netherreal, responsible for making decisions that affected the entire empire. In the year negative 1963, Netherreal bore witness to an internal menace. Citizens who had little aptitude or respect for magic. The establishment of the High Mages brought a level of order and collaboration to Netherese society.
Oh, excuse me again.
These mages were
Been
no
belching a
longer
lot today.
individual wizards pursuing personal power, but
Remember,
rather
kids,
a
always say
collective
excuse me at
that
the
sought
end.
to guide the empire. Though they wielded incredible magical abilities, they also recognized that such power had to be tempered with wisdom.
That was random.
The High Mages, drawn from both High and Low Netherreal, worked to balance the needs of the magical elite with those of common folk, ensuring that the Empire could maintain its dominance while avoiding civil unrest. The challenges that Netherreal faced were not only internal. The theft of several Nether scrolls by an unknown thief in negative 2847 DR sent shockwaves through the magical community. The scrolls, which had been the foundation of Netherreal's magical power, had been kept in highly guarded locations, and their sudden disappearance raised concerns about the security of the Empire. The scrolls were reportedly returned to the ancient ruins of Iqua Tel Qasir, a mysterious location steeped in elven lore. This incident reignited tensions between the elves and the Netherese, with many in Netherreal accusing the elves of plotting against their empire.
Well, there is information about the thief. They believe it was a rock gnome, one of the escaped slaves, because after they basically before this, the rock gnomes were starting to learn illusion magic, and their illusion magic was so good they could get in and out of anywhere without even being seen. A lot of people believe, some, like myself, that a rock gnome stole Netherese scrolls multiple times and either got rid of them, sold them, or gave them back to the elves. Like, some got forged into tiny little golden balls. Because, like I said, they were originally called the golden scales of the world serpent.
At the same time, the dilemma of gnome slavery began to weigh heavily on the minds of some of Netherreal's rulers. The rock gnomes, who had been enslaved by the Netherese for centuries, continued to labor under harsh conditions. While the practice of gnome slavery had once been seen as a necessity for the expansion of the empire, the increasing influence of the High Mages brought about a shift in perspective. The council recognized that the continued subjugation of the gnomes would not only tarnish Netherreal's reputation, but could also lead to further conflict with their elven allies. In negative 2845 DR, after years of debate and growing pressure from both external forces and internal reformers, the High Mages decreed that all gnome slaves were to be freed. While the decision was a moral victory, it also revealed deep fractures within Netherreal's society. The reliance on slave labor had propped up many of the agricultural and industrial sections of Low Netherreal, and the sudden emancipation of the gnomes left many communities scrambling to adjust. Netherese commoners.
Well, believe me, they adjusted at the end. Now, I'm not referring to saying free the rock gnome slaves. I'm literally referring to the fact when Karsus went and made Netherrealm go boom. There was a lot of adapting.
And less powerful arcanists who are not yet capable of creating Mythalar continued to dwell in the cities
Mythalar
and
is my
keeps on the
favorite
ground.
artifact because it's so cool.
As Netherreal moved forward, the lessons of the Silver Age became ingrained in its collective consciousness. The mistakes of the past continued to haunt the Empire, even as its arcanists reached for the stars. Yet for all their wisdom and magical prowess, the arcanists of Netherreal remained blind to the greater dangers lurking just beyond their grasp. Chapter 5. The Golden Age. The Golden Age of Netherreal, spanning from negative 2103 DR to negative 1382 DR, was a time when the Empire reached the absolute height of its magical prowess and territorial influence. The floating enclaves of High Netherreal.
During the time of Netherreal, the Mind Flayers were invading realm space, and they had pretty much conquered most of it. And Netherreal thought that they could also do something similar by going into realm space. But they sent a ship, or a few ships, I forget, into realm space. They went toe-to-toe with the Mind Flayers. And while they were significantly stronger and better than the Mind Flayers had something similar to what, if you've seen Stargate Atlantis, there is a species that overwhelmed the ancients. That's what happened here. Because they had such a sheer amount of numbers, they overwhelmed the Netherese. Because the Netherese, technologically and magically, were superior to the Mind Flayers. The Mind Flayers didn't have a chance, but their overwhelming numbers and ships forced Netherreal to keep itself restricted to Faerun and other planes. So they couldn't take realm space, but they would explain elemental planes, limbo, the Nine Hells, the Abyss. They definitely explored the Abyss because for Illum to become a Lich, he had to have talked to Orcus. There's just no way to believe he didn't.
Soared above Faerun as beacons of human achievement, while its arcanists, now masters of the arcane, pushed the boundaries of magical discovery even further. It was an era of vast conquests, bold exploration, and remarkable feats of magic. This era began with a tragic event. In negative 2103 DR, a vast orc horde from the spine of the world attacked the northern city of Elusk, a human settlement fortified by Netherese arcanists. Elusk had long stood as a buffer against the monstrous threats of the north, but despite the valiant efforts of the Chronomancer, one of Netherreal's greatest time-manipulating wizards, the city fell to the orcs. The loss of Elusk was a bitter blow, revealing that even with all their magic, the Netherese were not invincible. Yet, rather than dampen their ambition, this defeat spurred the Netherese onto greater heights. In the aftermath of Elusk's fall, Netherreal turned its gaze outward, not just across Faerun, but to the world beneath and beyond. The dwarves of Delzone, always a key ally and trading partner, founded the city of rubies, Zindelspar. In -1715 DR, built with the help of Netherese expatriates, the city flourished, becoming a shining example of Netherese dwarven cooperation. The establishment of such cities reflected a growing trend amongst the Netherese elite. While the floating enclaves were still the center of power, some of Netheril's most daring mages began seeking new frontiers beyond their borders, expanding their influence across Faerun and the Inner Sea. It was during this time, in 1770 DR, that the Netherese began to explore the depths of the Inner Sea. Driven by curiosity and a desire to expand their magical knowledge, they established 3 crystal dome subsea colonies.
Oh, they also tried to check out the Far Realm too. That was a mistake. Because the magic of our world has no bearing on anything in the Far Realm.
On the continental shelf of the land that would eventually become Sembia. These colonies, Coolmath, Wirapan, and Ulavis, collectively known as Deep Netheril. These feats of magical engineering, protected by powerful enchantments and sustained by the Mythalar technology that had made the floating cities possible. The exploration of the Inner Sea demonstrated that Netheril's ambitions knew no bounds. In these crystal dome cities, Netheril experimented with water-based magic.
Until the Faerun, when those things show up, this is when Netheril's fall begins.
Studied the sea life, and sought to uncover ancient, submerged ruins. With these ventures came the darker side of Netheril. The Cerosians, a race of Lokata who wandered near the Netherese holdings, were enslaved by the Arcanists of Deep Netheril. For the Cerosians, this was a catastrophic development, and their plight did not go unnoticed by the ancient elven kingdoms under the sea. The High Mages of Ari Selmalir, an elven kingdom that had long ruled the waters of the Inner Sea, were incensed by Netheril's actions. They saw the Netherese as reckless and dangerous, willing to subjugate anyone in their quest for magical power. In -1660 DR, Ari Selmalir's High Mages unleashed a devastating counterstrike. Using powerful magics, they transformed the very crystal domes that protected Deep Netheril into a substance that burned upon contact with water. The subsequent explosions obliterated the colonies, killing thousands of Netherese settlers and creating the Sirloon Bay and the Selgant Bay, reshaping the coastline forever. While the loss of these colonies were a severe blow to Netheril's expansionist ambitions, it did little to temper their relentless drive to master the world through magic. The Empire continued to push its boundaries, with explorers and Arcanists venturing into the farthest reaches of Faerun and beyond. The Golden Age also saw the proliferation of floating enclaves, with many new ones being constructed. These enclaves became not only centers of power, but symbols of Netherese dominance. Each enclave was a marvel of arcane engineering, built to house thousands of mages, scholars, and artisans who lived lives of unimaginable luxury.
And as Raphael said, oh, the screams, as the ground came up to meet them.
The expansion of the Empire also brought Netheril into conflict with other powers. In -1427 DR, the flourishing city of rubies, Zindelspar, was invaded by the Kalashite warlord Namalik Nadim, who led an army of monsters from Kalimshan. Despite the city's strong defenses and the magical prowess of its Arcanist inhabitants, Zindelspar fell within 10 days. The loss of such a valuable city marked another significant setback for Netheril's influence in the south. He very well could have taken healing and curative spells to fix his ailment, but, like all of Netheril archwizards, He believed the gods were merely archwizards like himself, who had found ultimate magic. Their pride wouldn't allow them to put their faith in the deities, for fear, if they put their trust in these advanced archwizards, they would never achieve ultimate magic themselves. Amidst these triumphs and losses, tensions simmered with.
I mean, true, but the difference between the gods and them was like night and day. The gods, well, let's start with something obvious. Mistral was undoubtedly the most powerful god at that time. There's no question. Tyr may have come in as a close second, but it was definitely Mistral, because everyone used magic. For the gods to even give divine blessings, magic was the key, and that was where the weave came in. Shar tried to create something opposing to her own daughter's weave, as in the shadow weave, but that was used more for sinister intentions. The point is that everything that they tried to become, they believed themselves to be above the gods. The gods, for all foreseeable, most of them, were omnipotent, meaning they had unlimited access to power. There was also, some of them had omniscience, where they were omnipresent. They could be anywhere they wanted, do anything that they wanted to. Except Ao restricted them, because there was a time, way before the time of troubles, way before the Sundering, way before anything, that Ao, after the creation of Aber Terrell, he opened up the crystal sphere, allowing any inhabitants that wished to enter to become gods. Then, after so many came in, he closed it, and then the gods came, and they came to Aber Terrell, and they were there. But then, the primordials didn't like him very much, and the gods didn't like them very much, so they warred with each other, destroying the land. Ao intervened, so he split the single planet into what we know as a Barrow Terrell, where one was a place for the elemental primordials to be, and another was for where the gods and their creations could reside. Then the gods did something even stupider. They created the Titans. They were godly created beings. The gods were so full of themselves. They literally created beings that were exactly as strong and as powerful as they were in mortal bodies on Faerun. And they did this, leading to Kronos going on a war with them, killing every god he came across, and then proceeding to get sealed in a giant illusion to prevent him from ever coming out. But he keeps slaying gods in that illusion. The gods fear that one day he'll slay every god in that illusion, and because of that, they worry that it'll set him free. But that hasn't happened so far. The point is, the gods did many things that were just as stupid as the Netherese. The gods, for all intents and purposes, until they were put in line by Ao, were chaotic. They were very chaotic. Everything they did was chaotic. You had your chaotic evil and your chaotic good. They were very chaotic beings, and proceeded to create the mortal races. For all intents and purposes, chaotic beings. I mean, look at what the humans did. They're chaotic. Creating Netheril, all the magic, all the enslaving. It was crazy. It was crazy what they did.
Within Netheril itself, the reliance on magic had, over time, created deep divisions within society. The floating cities of High Netheril, where the magic elite resided, became increasingly disconnected from the common folk living on the ground below, in Low Netheril. The Arcanists, isolated in their enclaves, became more and more detached from the concerns of the common people, leading to resentment and unrest in the lower regions of the Empire.
Oh, excuse me.
Chapter 6. The Enclaves of Netheril. During the height of Netheril,
Yeah, the Arcanists who ruled each of their enclaves, became literal tyrants. They just ruled, and that was it. No more hearing anyone's opinions, no more council, no more gathering of these big old mages. They literally just tuned out everything. Their only goal was to live forever. They did not want to age. When they started to age, and one who lived for 3,000 years, they literally just tucked themselves off from society. Some became liches. Others disappeared without knowing what happened to them. And yeah, the Netherese downfall begins pretty much at this point.
The Empire achieved unparalleled mastery over magic, culminating in the construction of the legendary floating enclaves. These massive self-contained cities floated high above the world, powered by arcane devices called mythalars. Each enabled them to defy gravity and support a complex magical society. Each enclave had its own unique culture, leadership, and magical innovations, serving as both homes and centers of research for Netherrealm's greatest arcanists. In this chapter, we will explore 5 notable enclaves: Selunara, Thultanthar, Eilinar, Zinlanel, and their histories. Selunara, also known as Opus, was one of the most unique of Netherrealm's enclaves. Unlike many other floating cities, which focused primarily on arcane pursuits, Selunara was a center of devotion to the goddess Selûne and her teachings. The enclave
Selûne and Shar, the first and only 2 gods that I'm aware of that Ao himself created. He created them to create the world. I believe it was a barrel, or it was Terrell. I forget how it was split up. But they created the world, then warred with each other, because they couldn't agree on it, just like Ahriman and Jasirion, when they were creating the universe. Before Ao, I will never let this go. I think this to the end of my days. Ahriman, who is Asmodeus, and Jasirion, creator of the Quaddles, were the last survivors of the ancient war among all the champions of chaos. This is before even the Abyss. And they fought each other. After that, they were the 2 survivors. So, Ahriman and Jasirion bit each other's tails and formed the Ouroboros, also known as the Circle, creating the concept of lawful evil and lawful good, and any other laws that fall in between those same categories. That created the laws which fundamentally created the realms that we know of today. All of them. Some didn't fully complete, others did, based on the influence of other outers that came after Ahriman and Jasirion, but they created the multiverse. But it was actually only supposed to be one universe. The problem happened was when Ahriman and Jasirion, just like Selûne and Shar, could not agree on where the center of the universe would be. Hello there. Welcome, Splat. And they could not figure out where the center of the universe would be. So they tugged at each other's tail. Ahriman wanted it to be in Bator, and you had Jasirion who wanted it to be at Mount Celestia. So, because they created the laws, which created gravity, which created the concept of all creation. Oh, thank you. And because they created all that, one of them had wings to fly, the other did not. So when they tore each other's tails, Ahriman fell through the 9 hells, creating the vast amount of craters. His blood created the first pit fiends. And Jasirion rose to the top of Mount Celestia. This is the reason for the multiverse in D&D, is because those 2 could not agree on a center of the universe. So, after those 2, Ao came. Because with the fundamental laws created, and now the multiverse, and since he's the overseer god of the multiverse, Ao came along. And the craziest things started. Then you got Shar, Selûne, the battle with the elementals, the gods, and then you got the dragon gods. And that's a whole nother story. That involves Io. But I believe that was just an interpretation. But yeah, Netherese and the gods and the whole thing with Ao, it just seems to trickle down from the very top and just continue in all their creations.
Enclave's blend of divine and arcane magic made
Oh,
it
you've never
stand
seen
out,
anything from D&D?
and its residents
It's
were known as
It's a lot of
protectors
lore.
of the balance between light and shadow.
But I'm a lore fiend, and
The
I love this
Arcanists
kind
of
of stuff.
Selenara
40K,
place great emphasis
Cthulhu
on maintaining
mythos,
harmony between
Dungeons
the
and
natural
Dragons,
world,
which is my
magic,
favorite one because
and
the
the
lore
divine
is so in
forces.
depth, and there's so
While
much
many
of it.
Netherese enclaves were driven by a relentless pursuit of power, Selenara's leaders sought a more harmonious path, fostering a blend of arcane and divine magic. This spiritual aspect attracted clerics and mystics, and the Enclave became a place where both magic and religion flourished side by side. Thultanthar, often referred to as the City of Shade, was one of the most powerful and secretive enclaves in Netheril. Founded later in the Empire's history, Thultanthar
It's a
became
lot to take in
synonymous with its
since I've
mastery
been
of
playing this
shadow
video
magic,
for about an hour
and
now,
its leader, Telamon
because I've been
Tamthul,
stopping it at points
a
to
powerful
fill in
arcanist
blanks that
who
weren't there.
ruled with his 12 sons, known as the Princes of Shade. While
some of
most
this lore I'm not
enclaves
even familiar
focused
with.
on traditional
This is
magic
more
powered
like
by the weave,
in-town
Thultanthar's
gossip
arcanists
that you
delved
hear
deeply into
that you
shadow
don't know about
magic,
because you're looking at the bigger
an
picture.
arcane tradition that drew on the power of the shadow plane. This gave the city and its residents unparalleled control over illusions, darkness, and shadowy energies,
I believe they're the
allowing them to
city or
perform feats
enclave
of
that
magic
transported into
that
the
other enclaves could not.
shadow
Eilenar
area.
was one of Netheril's most prestigious
Nah, I don't
enclaves,
stream on Twitch.
known for its
Twitch
focus
is a,
on cutting-edge magical research.
Not a
It
place
was
I
ruled by
like.
Karsus,
They don't
prodigy
enforce their
amongst
TOS equally
Netherese
among everybody.
arcanists, and the
And
creator
it's mainly
of many
bathtubs
advanced
with
magical
girls in bikinis
innovations.
and a bunch of other stuff that I
Eilenar
do
is
not like
considered
watching.
a hub of magical progress, and its residents were some of the most powerful mages in the Empire. Eilenar was renowned for its groundbreaking magical research.
Oh, it looks like he's going
Arcanists
over
from
the
across
enclaves.
Netheril traveled to Eilenar to study with Karsus and his followers,
Yeah, my other streaming platform is
seeking to
Kick.
master
I stream
advanced
on
forms
Kick.
of magic.
YouTube and Kick.
The city became synonymous with heavy magic, a raw and potent form of arcane power that Karsus developed.
Well,
Eilenar
I've
was also known for its
seen
vast
many
libraries, where
VTubers
scrolls and tomes detailing
Twitch,
the
as you would
secrets of the
think.
weave were kept.
I mainly come across more
It
of their
was home to
content
some
on
of the most
YouTube,
sophisticated
just
magical
not on
academies in
Twitch as
Netheril,
often.
and its mages were often at the forefront of the Empire's most daring and experimental projects. Zinlanal holds a special place in the history of Netheril as the first floating enclave ever created. It was the brainchild of Lulam, one of Netheril's most legendary arcanists, and became the prototype for all other enclaves that followed. As the earliest example of Netherese mastery over the weave, Zinlanal was a beacon of Netheril's magical ingenuity and ambition. In -2954 DR, Lulam successfully created the first Mythalar-powered floating city, which became known as Zinlanal. This breakthrough changed the course of Netheril's history, allowing the Empire to both expand upward and outward, beyond the constraints of the natural world. Zinlanal was also where the first Mythalar-powered magic
they
items were
find
created.
any way to violate
These items,
Twitch terms
powered
of
by the
service
city's
and
central
manipulate it.
Mythalar,
Like some were doing
capable
those
of
censor
incredible
bar
feats,
things where
from
they would just
allowing
cover up
objects to float and fly,
their chests
to
while they were
providing
already exposed.
near limitless magical
And then
energy
there's
from
those new
spells and
streams
enchantments.
that are going on Twitch.
This
where
success
the girls
of these innovations
like to
spurred
hide
the creation
away
of
from the
many
screen
more
and
enclaves
cameras for
in
an
the
hour to
centuries
2 hours
follow.
and will say
The
over and over, "Oh,
floating
don't worry, we're
enclaves
coming.
in Netheril
Don't worry,
were
we'll
more
be
than
on
just
there."
cities.
And then
They
3
were
hours
symbols
later,
of the
they get on there,
Empire's mastery over
and
magic,
people show up to
and
watch
the
it.
limitless potential that the Netherese believed they could harness. Each enclave had its own character, from the balanced, divine focus of Selunara to the shadowy intrigue of Thultanthar, the groundbreaking innovation of Zinlanal. These enclaves stood as pinnacles
Did they tap
of
into
magical
Shadow
achievement.
Wave?
Their histories intertwined with the
Shard's Weave?
evolution of arcane power in the world of Faerun. Their legacies, both in magic and in lore, continue to captivate scholars and adventurers alike. Chapter 7: The Age of Discovery.
What was left to be
The Age of
discovered?
Discovery was a time of bold experimentation as
Oh,
Netheril
no.
reached even further beyond its borders,
That's right, they made those
seeking to unravel the deepest mysteries of
those
the
transmutation
multiverse.
spells.
After centuries
It's
of
what created
magical
the owl
supremacy,
barrel. The owl
Netherese
bear.
Arcanists grew restless, driven by their insatiable curiosity and ambition to push the
Let's see
boundaries
if I
of
take
reality
this thing
itself.
and merge it with this thing. What will
This
it
period,
make?
which spanned from -1114
vicious
DR
beaked
to 800 DR, was characterized by exploration into other worlds, planar research.
The age of discovery is when they decided to experiment with living things. It got pretty bad at this point because they were obsessed with knowledge and the constant need to test things out. So they decided to play God and mess with life itself. One experiment, it was a 9th level spell. And in D&D, there's levels to spells, but the 9th level spell is the highest tier at that point. And they created a spell which allowed them to take one creature and merge it with another. And one of those creations was the thing called the Owl Bear. The Owl Bear literally was a head of an owl and the body of a bear, but with the claws and the beak of the owl. It's one of the creepiest things that they made. They made some other creepy stuff. They even created these Netherese created these undead golems with this spell that were specifically designed to protect their treasuries, and they still roam around even after Netheril's fall, with no one commanding them. But if they won't hurt anybody, they don't harm humans. However, if you raid the treasure vaults, they will attack. And they're very creepy looking. It's like something right out of an Eldritch nightmare. And if you've ever seen Cthulhu Mythos, then that's what it is. Two sides in D&D? Not sure what you mean. You mean evil and good? I have no idea. Evil, good, lawful evil, lawful good. Oh yeah, they do. In previous editions of D&D, going back to first, second, and third, first edition, second edition, third edition, and 3.5 edition, there were alignments. Alignments dictated the class and your character's direction and how they should act. And those start and begin with lawful evil and lawful good. And then in between those, you have chaotic evil and chaotic good. And then you've got neutral evil and neutral good. And then in the middle, you have neutral. These are all the alignments in D&D. But I didn't stick around for 4th edition, so I can't talk about that one. But 5th edition, alignments were pretty much thrown out the door. You could just say your character's alignment, and that's what you be. But alignments didn't affect characters anymore. But in the 1st and 3rd editions, they did. They were a major factor in your character and the direction that they could take and the classes that they could take. Because for anyone to be a paladin in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd edition, you had to be lawful good, and you couldn't be anything else. If you wanted to be an evil paladin, you had to be lawful evil, which is a blackguard. There's all kinds of stuff to it.
And dangerous experiments that would ultimately yield both incredible discoveries and dire consequences. By -1114 DR, Netherese society had reached a peak of magical and scientific understanding within their world. Their curiosity turned outward, towards the plains beyond Faerun.
And just a little note on this, everyone. This scene that they're about to discuss is when they decided, hey, we're going to go into realm space and try to conquer that now. And proceeded to get their butts owned by the Mind Flayers, which are Cthulhu-looking tentacled monsters that feed on human brains.
The idea of traveling to other worlds, something that had been touched upon during the Golden Age, became a central focus of Netherese experimentation. Arcanists devised complex rituals and spells that allowed them to reach into the far realms, the Abyss, and other planes, hoping to unlock untapped sources of power.
Oh, and Netheril, he mentioned in this video the Far Realms. they did try to do that, and everyone who went on that party's expedition to create an outpost in the Far Realms went completely insane. The Far Realms is the H.P. Lovecraft universe of the Cthulhu mythos, where every Eldritch Nightmare exists. That exists in D&D, and the Far Realms were outside the scope of realm space and the current universe they lived in. So when they thought their magical wards would protect them when they went there, they soon found out it didn't protect them from anything. They went completely mad, and the entire expedition, well, they didn't come back.
And new forms of magic. These early experiments were fraught with peril. Many who ventured into these otherworldly dimensions never returned, consumed by the strange and incomprehensible forces that resided there. Despite these dangers, the Netherese remained undeterred, believing that the risks were worth the potential rewards. The High Netherese in particular saw planar exploration as their next great conquest, and many of the floating enclaves turned their resources towards that goal. In negative 1064 DR, Netheril made the first contact with one of the most terrifying entities in the multiverse, the Illithids, or Mind Flayers.
Illithids are Mind Flayers. That's one example of what they look like. There's different iterations, but the Illithids come in 3 forms. One that looks like that, another that has a really big squid head, and the other one is a smaller squid head but looks more like a puppy. It's weird. But yeah, they came across them because at that point the Illithids had conquered most of realm space and they ruled it. Netherese were like, we could take them. Well, technically speaking, the Netherese could have fought the Mind Flayers, but they couldn't beat them because the Mind Flayers had overwhelming numbers, like way more numbers than they could handle. So while the Mind Flayers' technology was not superior to Netheril's lack of numbers in order to go out there was no match for the Mind Flayers' overwhelming numbers.
The Illithids, a race of powerful psionic creatures with a mastery over mental domination, represented a dark and malevolent force within the universe. The Netherese were fascinated by their abilities.
There's the puppy-looking ones right there.
Seeing in the Mind Flayers both a threat and a potential avenue of knowledge. For a time, the two civilizations engaged in precarious exchange of information, though neither trusted the other. The Illithids, who sought to subjugate entire worlds to their own purposes, probably viewed Netheril as a curiosity, a potential ally, or a future adversary.
Monster, straight out of Cthulhu.
Meanwhile, the Arcanists studied the Illithid psionic abilities and their unique methods for controlling reality. This exchange, while brief, most likely had a profound impact on the Netherese magical research. However, contact was cut off for one reason or another. Did the Netherese Arcanists find the Mind Flayers too dangerous to work with? Or were the Illithids afraid of the Arcanists?
Well, not entirely, because one of the Arcanists of the Netherese Empire, Emoa, right, I always mispronounce his name, but he was the one who created the Mytholar. He decided to become a Lich, which is an undead immortal, because he was unable to sustain his age any longer through normal magical means. And he sought out the Mind Flayers after he left Netheril and found an Elder Brain and proceeded to put his own consciousness into the Elder Brain and make it into an undead Elder Brain. The Elder Brain is the supreme consciousness that controls all the Mind Flayers, or at least a small portion of them. There's multiple Mind Flayers, not just one.
By 1014 DR, the dangers of planar travel became increasingly evident. While the Illithid experiments yielded some useful knowledge, many expeditions to the planes resulted in disaster. The Netherese began to understand that these otherworldly realms were far more treacherous and complex than they had anticipated.
One realm they went to was so chaotic, it had no physical form. And the only way to control it is with psionics. Psionics is using your brain, like telekinetics or telekinesis, to forge something out of nothing. And that's around the realm they visited was called Limbo. It was a chaotic realm. And this is before a lot of other stuff that happened. I am pretty much streaming normally on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1p to 5p. But sometimes the times will vary because it depends on what I've got to do during the day. Because it's either I'm working on the house or I've got to do my usual cleanup routine, or taking care of the bathrooms, or dealing with the cats and their hair messes and things like that. I have to clean up. So I'll normally only stream on those 3 days if it gets too chaotic. However, there are special circumstances where I will stream every day, and usually between noon and 5p. And if that's the case, then the times will vary. Sadly, I can't maintain a consistent stream schedule. It's not possible with the rate at which I have to take care of two houses at once.
The energies within these planes were often incompatible with the weave, causing magical failures, madness, and even death of entire enclaves. The costs of such exploration began to outweigh the benefits, and the High Mages decided to refocus their efforts back on Faerun, recognizing that the multiverse was not as easily conquerable as they had hoped. Though planar exploration was largely abandoned, Netherrealm did not cease its pursuit of knowledge. Instead, the Arcanists turned their attention to exploring the farthest reaches of Faerun, delving deep beneath the surface of the world.
This part right here is where their downfall truly began. They quite literally dug too deep, too greedily and too deeply, just like the dwarves, and released a creature known as the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh are a creature that eats magic. They eat magic. So when you launch an arcane spell against them, they go, snack time. And the Netherese had no way to beat them because they were entirely a magical society.
Sargoth the Main, in the heart of Undermountain, a vast and labyrinthian underground realm that would later become the domain of the mad wizard Halaster Blackcloak. Sargoth the Main was a center for arcane research, where the Netherese mages experimented with forbidden magic, seeking to harness the power of the Underdark and the ancient forces that dwelled there. Despite the incredible advancements made during this era, the Age of Discovery was also a time of growing unease. But the future of Netherrealm would only get more grim from here on. The Faerun claimed that some unknown force on the surface world was killing its children and making the old and infirm die before their time. It wanted to know who upon the surface was using magic. Oliston sat and told the creature everything he knew of the Netherese culture, and how they were wasteful and decadent. The Faerun listened to every word Oliston uttered about the Netherese.
This was the start. Now, because they eat magic, the reason why their children were dying because of the Netherese was because the Netherese Arcanists, who ruled their enclaves, the giant floating cities, were absorbing magic to sustain their life. So they would live for thousands of years. The oldest living Netherese lived to be 3,000 before he decided to become a lich. And because of this, and using the magic to sustain their life, it's assumed, no one can confirm or deny it, not even Ed Greenwood, the creator, has said anything, but it's believed that because the Arcanists who ruled their enclaves were absorbing magic to sustain their lives, that was the same type of magic the Faerun's children needed to feed on in order to survive. Because they're growing and developing, they can't eat normal raw magic like their adult selves. So their children were being killed. It was pretty much a weird side effect that no one could have seen coming.
Chapter 8: The Shadowed Age. In negative 696 DR, the year of great rains, one of the most infamous figures in Netherreal's history was born, Karsus. From a young age, Karsus exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for magic, far exceeding that of his peers. His natural talent, ambition, and thirst for knowledge quickly set him on a path that would lead to both incredible innovation and ultimately the ruin of the Empire.
Karsus is considered to some to be the greatest arcanist in the history of magic, and also the most powerful. The guy created multiple spells above 9th level. As a result, he ended up being the youngest arcanist in history to get his own enclave. So, he was naturally gifted, very talented, and very ambitious. The problem is that his ambition would eventually lead to the fall of all of Netherrealm, because he recognized the threat the Faerun were creating for them, but didn't understand the subtle nuances between how the Netherese and the Faerun were inadvertently hurting each other, because the Faerun went to war with the Netherese. The Netherese need magic to function, while the Faerun eat magic. And because they attacked the Netherese for killing their children, they also proceeded to, fight back. And because of the result of their fight, magically induced soil, or what plants were infused with magic, slowly died out, causing a gigantic area of Faerun, which is the continent that this is all located on, to turn into just a desert with no life. Because the Faerun ate all the magic there in order to subvert the Netherese's ability to have resources. And they were constantly at war with each other. Now, I don't know of any Netherese arcanists that succeeded in killing a Faerun. At most that I heard, they sealed him away. But this happened after Netherrealm's fall, when the Faerun didn't have their enemy anymore. They still were staying above the surface and feeding on land. So some group, I forget, fought with them and then sealed them away in another realm. So, in Karsus, his reason for the downfall will be made apparent in the video. I don't want to give that away, but it's pretty bad.
By negative 669 DR, Karsus had grown into one of the most powerful arcanists in Netherrealm. His relentless pursuit of magical mastery led him to establish the floating city of Eilinar, which became a hub of magical research and experimentation. Eilinar stood as a testament to Karsus's ambition and brilliance, where he and his followers delved into the depths of magic, including dangerous forms of heavy magic that drew directly from the raw essence of the weave. Karsus believed that magic was the ultimate force for reshaping reality, and he saw himself as the one who could unlock its potential. His experiments in Eilinar pushed the limits of arcane power, and his growing influence over the magical community led to tension with other Netherese arcanists, who feared that Karsus's ambition would have dire consequences for the Empire. Knowledge has always outweighed wisdom, and Karsus was no exception. The Shadowed Age also led to the discovery of the Faerums, a race of ancient, malevolent, psionically powerful beings that lived beneath the surface of the Anarok region. The Faerums had long remained.
They look like a sunflower with claws, with teeth in the middle of it, and tentacles on the outside. It literally looks like an uprooted sunflower that mutated. I've always said this about them because that's what they look like. And that's a Faerun. That's what they look like. I said they were eldritch abominations, and that's what they are. But they look like a sunflower that mutated and popped out of the ground.
Hidden from the Netherese. But as the Empire expanded, and its arcanists began delving deeper into the earth. They uncovered these creatures, bringing about a chain of disastrous events. Around 461 DR, the Pharaohs began casting their devastating life-draining magic that targeted the fertile lands of Low Netheril. The spells rapidly sapped the life from the land, turning it into the barren desert that would later become known as the Anarok Desert. The Netherese were ill-prepared for this new enemy, and the devastation wrought by the Pharaohs began to spread unchecked, forcing much of the population of Low Netheril to flee westward in search of safer lands. The floating enclaves of High Netheril were, for the most part, spared from the direct effects of the Pharaohs' magic, but the life-drain spells created increasing tensions between the arcanists of the enclaves and the people of Low Netheril as the land withered beneath them.
It was less about the land withering and more about the Arcanists losing their immortality. They weren't true immortals. They were just like living a really long time by extending their lives with magic. And the Faerun were just like, no, we take that away from you. So Faerun took that magic away, causing Arcanists who couldn't age to age, causing them to panic, which means they would lose their positions and power. Some Arcanists sought to become undead liches, and undead liches live forever, as long as they feed on souls, but they do live forever, and they can be killed, but they live agelessly. And a lot of wizards in D&D, as you'll know is a common theme with D&D, is that wizards of immense talent and power seek lichhood because they have no other means to extend their lives. They can't do it through magic, so they seek it through darker forces, aka the god in the abyss, the demon prince, demon lord, Orcus, the god of undeath. He created liches, and it's because of him that they could become liches. There's a couple liches that survive. Eom's one of them, Larloc's another. There's a reptile lich that exists still, but he doesn't show up very often after 2nd edition. There's quite a few liches, in fact. Vecna. Vecna's a lich, but he's not part of Netheril. He's a completely separate franchise in D&D.
Low Netheril's cities were abandoned, and the growing divide between the magical elite in the sky and the suffering people on the ground grew ever wider. While the life-draining spells of the Pharaohs were turning the lands of Netheril into desert, many Netherese fled to other lands, bringing with them the culture of magecraft and a hunger to recapture the glory they had lost. The devastation caused by the Pharaohs led to widespread unrest across Low Netheril, the loss of fertile lands, the death of crops, and the collapse of cities.
And to be very clear, Netherese indirectly were killing the Pharaoh's children. They did not know they were doing this. They couldn't have known. It's like a byproduct of their desire to live forever. So the Arcanists that would use spells and magic to extend their life was systematically draining the magic that sustained their children before they could grow into adults. So like any angry parent, they went after the person that completely indirectly violated their child. And it's sad.
Led to civil upheaval. In negative 450 DR, large-scale migrations into the savage frontier began, with thousands fleeing the increasingly hostile conditions of Low Netheril. This mass exodus caused further destabilization in the Empire, as infrastructure that once supported Netheril's massive floating cities began to crumble. As the life-draining magic of the Pharaohs continued, several enclaves began constructing wards to protect themselves. In negative 427 DR, two of Netheril's floating cities, Loda and Tith Telendrothiel, fell from the sky as their mythalars, the magical devices that kept them afloat, were disrupted by the Pharaoh's influence. The loss of these enclaves shocked them.
I think since 1958 is as far back. Let me see. Because I forget, because I mean, I wasn't alive during that time. Let me see. All right, it was Gary Gygax he created. So it really started late January of 1974. Looks like the date's debated, but the first couple books were released then. This is basically first edition. And then you get second edition after that in the 80s. And then you get third edition during the 90s. Fourth edition during the early 2000s. And then 2014 fifth edition. It's old. It's very old. Its creator is Gary Gygax. There was several other people that were part of the initial process of its creation. One of the biggest names is Ed Greenwood, who actually has a YouTube channel. If you ever are interested in asking lore questions directly to the creator of Faerun, because the majority of D&D settings are all taking place in Faerun, and Ed Greenwood created the foundation for that, similar to how Tolkien created the foundation for Lord of the Rings, and George R.R. Martin with Game of Thrones. It's a lot. Dungeons & Dragons has a ton of lore. If you like lore, you like fictional lore that's deep and has a lot of consistency to it, this would be the series to get started in. D&D is a great introduction into that stuff.
Magical elite, and in response, the remaining floating cities bolstered their defenses with wards designed to repel the Faerun's magic. However, these defenses only slowed the inevitable. As the land below turned to dust and chaos reigned in low Netheril, many of the surviving cities of high Netheril found themselves isolated, floating above a desolate wasteland. Some enclaves,
Some of it still
such as
looks green.
Alinar and Thultenthar, began preparing for even more drastic measures to ensure their survival, leading to growing internal conflicts among the magical elite. With permission from Karsus himself, Shadow published another work, this time on the demiplane of Shadow, entitled Shadows, the Palpable Cohesion of Formless Corporeality.
What the heck does that even mean?
VR, the Arcanists of Netheril made a groundbreaking
Being
discovery.
corporeal is being
The
physically
Shadow
there,
Plane,
or being able
a
to be
parallel
seen.
dimension that existed in conjunction
Formless
with the material
corporeal?
plane.
So you're just a
This
big
plane, a
floating
realm of
ball
darkness
of
and
mist?
shadow, offered a new and dangerous form of magic that the Netherese were eager to explore. The discovery of the Shadow Plane coincided with the development of shadow magic.
The Shadow Plane, it's a weird one for me, because Shar, who is the goddess of the Shadow Weave, is not responsible for the Shadow Realm. She's not. She has no power over it either, which is weird to me, because the one who rules the Shadow Realm, at least in D&D, is the Raven Queen, the Queen of Ravens, however you want to pronounce her name. She's a she's a very introverted non-god that rules over an entire plane. And basically the Shadow Plane is the dark side of Faerun. So anywhere if you would go anywhere in Faerun, there's always a shadow side to it.
A form of magic that drew its power not from the weave, but from the darkness of the Shadow Plane itself. Some enclaves, particularly Thultenthar, took to shadow magic with fervor. Telemont Tanthul, the ruler of Thultenthar, and his 12 sons, known as the Princes of Shade, began experimenting with shadow magic in ways that pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible.
Yes, also, during the fall of Netheril, 3 specific floating cities survived. That city that they just told us, that enclave that was experimenting with the shadow on that side, they survived. They teleported their whole city into the shadows. And about 1,000 years later, they returned and attempted to rebuild Netheril by conquering everything around them, but that failed pretty quickly.
The inhabitants of Thultanthar became apt at manipulating shadows and illusions, and their mastery of this dark art allowed them to hide their intentions from the rest of the Empire. As shadow magic spread through the enclaves, it caused deep divisions in Netherrealm's arcanists. Some believed that the use of shadow magic was dangerous, an affront to the balance of the weave that had governed magic since time immemorial. Others saw it as the next logical step in the evolution of magic, a source of untapped power that could be used to protect Netherrealm from the growing threat of the Faerûn. Many great arcanists were born in Netherrealm, and many of them outlived their own civilization by centuries, typically by lichdom. Lulam, facing the growing instability of the Empire and the constant threat of the Faerûns, made the decision to embrace lichdom, an act that would grant him eternal life and allow him to continue his magical research without the constraints of mortality. Lulam's transformation into a lich shocked many of Netherrealm's arcanists, but it also set a precedent. Over the following decades, several powerful arcanists followed Lulam's path, seeking immortality through undeath. These liches retreated into the shadows, often establishing hidden layers deep within the Underdark, where they could continue their work away from the growing chaos above. The rise of lichdom further contributed to the decline of Netherrealm's unity, as these immortal arcanists became increasingly isolated from the rest of society. Lulam himself retreated into the North Dark, a vast network of caverns beneath Faerûn, where he established a powerful magical fortress. His survival, and that of other liches, ensured that some of Netherrealm's great minds would continue to influence the world long after the Empire itself had fallen. Panic surged through Netherrealm as the citizens learned of Lulam's disappearance, and the archwizards that remained
just went to
feared
the
that there
Underdark.
would be a revolt.
I mean,
Karsus,
there's not a better place to
feeling the
disappear to.
responsibility for Netherrealm's future on his shoulders, felt that it was his duty to weld the nation back together. By negative 350 DR, the effects of the Faerûn's magic had spread to nearly every corner of Netherrealm. Low Netherrealm had been almost completely abandoned, and the once great floating cities were left isolated, floating above a desolate and dying land. As civil unrest spread and the arcanists became more desperate, the Empire teetered on the edge of collapse.
Karsus's Folly.
Karsus.
Karsus's Folly is something that was noted in Baldur's Gate 3, the video game. This was not a known title that anybody gave it. This is something that Baldur's Gate 3 created on their own, but it still follows the lore.
Karsus's Folly. At the heart of Netherrealm's fall was the ambition of one man, Karsus, the most powerful arcanist in Netherrealm's history. Karsus believed that he could save his people from the destruction wrought by the threat of the Faerûns by assuming control of magic itself. His solution was an audacious one. He would become a god, seizing control of the weave by forcibly taking the divine mantle of Mistral, the goddess of magic. The resulting disaster, known as Karsus's Folly, was the single most catastrophic event in Faerûn's magical history.
Okay, there's a lot of nuance to this that he doesn't go over, I believe, in this video, since this is my first time watching this guy's version of the video. So, I'll explain. Karsus, he created a 12th level spell. The 12th level spell was called Karsus's Avatar, which, when cast, would allow him to pick and choose any god of his choice and usurp that god's power for a total of what is believed to be 10 minutes. He would not become a permanent god. He would not become unilaterally a new god. He would be a temporary god state, so that way he could wipe out the Faerûn and get rid of them so Netherrealm could survive. So, of the gods he chose Mistral, the first goddess of magic. Mistral was the one he should not have chosen, because Netheril, despite all its knowledge and research, failed to realize that when they were siphoning the weave using the device that Lolum created, the Mytholar, sorry, I always fail to pronounce it, but still my favorite artifact, the Mytholar. And because that was siphoning magic from the raw weave itself, it was causing immense damage to the weave. You see, anytime magic is used in Faerun, in the crystal sphere that they exist in, it comes directly out of the weave. And the weave in that particular location where that magic was used is damaged. It can self-repair itself. However, at the rate Netheril was utilizing the weave to create magic above 9th level, and using 10th level, 11th level, and even 12th level magic, they were damaging it a lot. So Mistral had to sever part of her own consciousness just to maintain the weave. She dedicated that piece of her consciousness to constantly maintain the weave on a 24/7 basis. She had no breaks. So, when Karsus decided to, hey, Mistral, I'm going to take your power for 10 minutes. Well, that was a mistake, because by taking her power, he ripped away her consciousness from the part that was constantly repairing the weave. In a single moment, when Karsus pulled all that godly power into him, after casting the 12th level spell, Karsus' Avatar, the only 12th level spell in existence, he destroyed the weave because she could not maintain it anymore. So to prevent Karsus from causing any damage further to the weave, Mistral committed suicide. She killed herself. It was the only way to protect the weave and prevent it from being destroyed. Now, in about 5 minutes after Karsus had done this, and she took her own life, and Karsus' avatar, the spell he cast, where he absorbed so much godly power, he fell and shattered like stone, similar to how Majin Vegeta did a final explosion against Majin Buu, and he came out as stone. A new goddess of magic was born 5 minutes later, named Mistra. Mistra then, trying to save what was left of Netheril, because what happened is with the weave gone, the floating cities fell, and the ground came up to meet them. And it was bad. Hundreds of thousands of people died in ways you could not even begin to imagine. Imagine floating 10,000 feet in the air in a floating city, and then out of nowhere, just the sheer speed of the collapse and falling straight to the ground. It must have been heart-wrenching. But Mistra returned. She managed to save 2 of the cities that I understand. And a 3rd city, the city that was enveloping itself with shadow magic, transported itself away before the weave collapsed on it. But Mistra did save some of the cities and safely got them to the ground without much loss to life. Because Mistra, even though she was a goddess, she cared deeply, deeply for mortal beings. Like, her love was on par with her mother, Selûne, who cared about mortal beings. See, Mistral, the first goddess of magic, was created by both Selûne and Shar, who were twin sisters, one of darkness, one of light. Selûne is light, Shar is darkness. And they fought with each other during the time of creation. And in that destructive wave when they fought each other, Mistral, the goddess of magic, their daughter, was born. Mistral's the one who died during Karsus' folly. Mistra became the second goddess of magic, and still the daughter of Selûne and Shar, same person, just a different personality with different rules. And Mistra proceeded to restrict all magic of 9th level and above to not be used. You could still use 9th level magic, but at great cost. She didn't allow the use of the magic like it used to be, which allowed Netheril its free use of magic so easily. It restricted also what wizards, formerly known as arcanists, but now known as wizards, could cast in terms of spells. And the restriction on their ability to use spells required thousands of hours of study just to be able to utilize a few spells. Mistra made it harder, so she would not have to deal with repairing the weave as often as Mistral did, and to prevent a situation like Karsus from happening again. Now, if you've heard of the game Baldur's Gate 3, folks, this game adds a few things to the lore that weren't originally in the lore. And because Baldur's Gate is a canon game to Faerun, this makes these items canon. Karsus, in order to cast Karsus' avatar, needs certain ingredients. Those were stated in the original lore. Baldur's Gate 3 states that there was 3 items that he used. The Karsite Weave, an orb, the orb that was implanted in Gale in Baldur's Gate 3. The other is the Karsite, is Karsus' wand, which he used to control the Karsite Weave. The Karsite Weave was a type of device that could absorb magic just like the Mytholar. And because of that, he created the Crown of Karsus, which was the Crown of Domination. It would allow him to dominate a god and take control of them. That's how he absorbs the power of the god with the spell Karsus' Avatar. Keep in mind, this is all added new lore. Like, we're talking about decades old lore with added stuff to it by Baldur's Gate 3. So they added things to it, but the basic lore was he cast a 12th level spell to absorb a god's power. He chose Mistral, which was his mistake, and it caused the fall of Netherrealm. That's what happened. Karsus' Folly is what they called it in Baldur's Gate 3. In the original lore, they called it Karsus' Fall.
By negative 339 DR, Netheril was already teetering on the brink of collapse. The Ferums, ancient and malevolent, had been unleashing devastating life-draining spells across low Netheril, slowly transforming the fertile lands into the wasteland that would become the Anarok Desert. Entire cities were being abandoned as farmland turned to dust and rivers dried up. The once thriving empire was rapidly losing its ability to sustain its people. The enclaves of High Netheril, suspended far above the devastation, were largely protected from the direct effects of the Ferum's magic. However, the growing civil unrest in Low Netheril, the collapse of agricultural production, and the rising tensions between the magical elite and the common folk created a volatile situation. Even within the floating cities, Arcanists struggled to devise a way to stop the Ferum's seemingly unstoppable magic. In the midst of this turmoil, Karsus, already famed for his mastery of heavy magic, became convinced that the only way to save Netheril was to seize direct control over magic itself.
I want to be clear about this. That's not entirely true. When he created the Karsus' avatar, the 12th spell, originally the spell would allow him to take any god's power. It was only by him choosing Mistral that this all started. He didn't have Mistral in his thoughts at the beginning because he was thinking, what god would work best for this? What god's power could help me to defeat the Faerun? That's what he was thinking. Nowhere in the lore does it state he immediately said it was Mistral. You can make the assumption it was that. I personally just fall into the category of, hey, I've got this awesome 12th level spell. I'm going to pick one of the gods. Let's decide which one I'm going to take temporarily. Because it was a temporary position. He would not become a full-fledged god. Because there's no way to do that through Karsus' avatar. There's different ways to become a god, but it's restricted because of the overseer god Ao.
Karsus, like many of his
so even if he wanted to
viewed magic
become a
as a
full
tool
god,
to be mastered,
Ao could easily strike him down and prevent him from doing so.
Limitations were holding back his true potential. He theorized that if he could replace Mistral, he could reshape the weave according to his.
Again, this is incorrect. I appreciate this guy's video. Most of what he's gone over is the tidbits that were in between the big events, which helps fill in a lot of gaps. But no, that is not what he believed. Karsus' avatar would not allow him to usurp a god fully. It would give him temporary access up to 10 minutes, and he could utilize that quick power boost to wipe out the Faerun. That was his plan. That was it. Once he did that, he would put it all aside and start all over again.
will, protecting Netheril from both the Ferums and everything else. In a bid to enact his plan, Karsus began the creation of Karsus's avatar, the most powerful spell ever conceived by mortals. This spell was a 12th level incantation, far beyond the normal limits of magic, that would allow Karsus to usurp the godhood of Mistral by stealing her divine power. This spell required immense resources, both in terms of magical energy and physical components, which Karsus gathered with the help of his followers in his enclave. The gathering of magical power caused disturbances across the Empire, but few outside of Karsus's inner circle fully understood the scope of what he intended to do. Standing at the center of Islenar, Karsus began to draw upon all the magical forces at his disposal, weaving a spell that would reach into the divine realms and pull the very essence of Mistral from her celestial throne. The skies above Netheril darkened, and waves of magical energy cascaded across the land as Karsus' spell built into its climax. The scale of the magic being wielded was unprecedented. It shook the very fabric of reality. For a brief, fleeting moment, Karsus succeeded. He stole the divine essence of Mistral, and he became a god. In that moment, Karsus had control over the weave. However, the instant he took control, it became clear that Karsus had made a fatal miscalculation. The weave was far more complex than even the greatest mortal arcanist could comprehend. As Mistral's essence flowed into him, Karsus's mind was overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of the task. Karsus's control over magic quickly began to unravel. Without the weave's delicate balance, entire cities that relied on magical infrastructure began to fall apart. The most devastating consequence, however, was the sudden failure of the Mythalars, the enormous magical devices that kept Netheril's floating cities aloft. As the Mythalars lost their connection to the weave, the great cities of High Netheril, which had floated in the skies for centuries, began to plummet to the ground. The mighty enclaves of Netheril, centers of culture, magic, and innovation, were destroyed in mere moments. The people within the cities, unprepared for the sudden collapse, were killed in the thousands as they smashed into the earth below. The destruction was out.
As Raphael put it when he was describing the fall of Netheril, he said, "Oh, the screams as they watched and felt the ground come up to meet them." Villain talk, jeez.
Absolute, and the once proud empire of Netheril was reduced to rubble. Karsus, the greatest of Netheril's arcanists, challenged Mistral, the goddess magic, to an arcane duel for supremacy. The ensuing battle nearly destroyed the weave and caused the sky cities of the archwizards to plummet back to earth. As Karsus floundered his newfound godhood, unable to control the weave, Mistral acted quickly to prevent the complete collapse of magic across Faerun. In a selfless act, Mistral sacrificed herself in order to undo the damage that Karsus had caused. Her death broke Karsus's control over the weave, and for a brief moment, magic ceased to function altogether. This momentary void of magic was enough to halt the collapse of the weave, but it also sealed Netheril's fate. Without the magic that sustained them, the floating cities fell, and the infrastructure of Lone Netheril, already ravaged by the Ferums, collapsed. Mistral's sacrifice allowed the weave to be reformed, and she quickly reincarnated as Mistra, the new goddess of magic. However, Mistra's new weave was far more restrictive than before, preventing mortals from ever attempting to wield magic at such a grand scale again. Karsus, meanwhile, was left as immortal once more, though drained of all his power. His body, petrified in the moment of his failure, fell into the ruins of Ilinar.
Karsus's fall, a lot of people have speculation as to where his soul might have gone. Because, first of all, his body petrified and collapsed into a giant stone statue because of all that godly power he absorbed. And then there's the others that think that he's in the Nine Hells, somewhere being punished for his actions. I don't think that. There's actually some lore that was introduced in 2E about Karsus being wrapped up in the outer realms, in the far realm. That his soul literally ascended, but then descended and fell out of existence. He basically became a being similar to what warlocks in D&D do, where they sign contracts with outer beings to gain some type of power. And among those outer gods is now Karsus, a fragment of what he used to be, but he is ambition itself.
Where it remained as a grim monument to his hubris, his spell, Karsus's avatar, would become forbidden knowledge, a page in a book, a story told, but never made real again. Without the infusion of magic, the floating cities of Netheril fell, and Karsus was instantly slain. His bloated body petrified and toppled from the high plateau above his floating city and plummeted to the earth. As his body fell, his stony eyes still shimmering with last glint of godly omniscience, caught the glimpse of the cities of Netheril smashing to the ground, killing all their inhabitants. His heart broke. Greed for the power of the deities themselves caused the destruction of his home, his family, his friends, and his people.
His ambition.
Chapter 10. The Diaspora and Legacy of Netheril. The collapse of Netheril in negative 339 BR sent shockwaves across Faerun, both literally and figuratively. In the wake of Karsus's folly, the once mighty empire was reduced to ruin. Its floating cities crashed to the ground, and its people scattered across the realms. Yet even in the empire's death throes, the magic, knowledge, and legacy of Netheril endured. The Diaspora, the scattering of the Netherese people, spread their influence far and wide, and the remnants of their great enclaves became the subject of legend, exploration, and in some cases, resurgence. The survivors of the fall of Netheril, both from the floating enclaves in Low Netheril, were forced to flee as their world crumbled around them. The magical infrastructure that had sustained their civilization was gone, and the once fertile lands of Low Netheril were all but transformed into the Anarok Desert, thanks to the continuing life-draining magic of the Faerums. Many of the Netherese survivors fled westward to the savage frontier, where they integrated with local human and barbarian tribes. Some of these refugees carried with them fragments of their magical knowledge, which influenced the development of new settlements. One of the most notable cities founded by Netherese survivors was Ilusk, later Luskan, which became a powerful city-state in the north, and a hub of magical activity for centuries to come. Some Netherese settlers had already ventured south before the Empire's fall. These refugees eventually founded the Kingdom of Halrua, a land of magic that was deeply influenced by Netheril's traditions. Halrua became known for its powerful magic, though its rulers learned from the mistakes of their Netherese ancestors. Unlike Netheril, Halrua maintained tight control over the use of powerful magic, avoiding the hubris that had once destroyed the original empire. In the east, the survivors of Low Netheril who remained in the Anarok Desert became the Bedain, nomadic tribes that adapted to the harsh, desolate environment. Though much of their magical heritage was lost, the Bedain preserved fragments of their ancestors' culture and history through oral tradition. Their lives in the desert were a stark contrast to the grandeur of the floating cities, but the Bedouin carried with them the legacy of a fallen empire. Those who followed the northern mountain passes were welcomed by the shield dwarves of Citadel Sunbar and the fair folk of Erlon. In time, the elven city of Askelhorn was given over to the Netherese refugees, on the condition that they would help defend Erlon and forswear the use of their forebears' most dangerous arcane practices. The fall of Low Netheril was much more gradual. The Netherese slowly abandoned the heartlands of the realm and spread west, south, and east into the border areas that were once wilderness. Though the physical empire of Netheril was destroyed, its legacy endured in many ways. The magic, culture, and knowledge of the Netherese were scattered across Faerun, influencing the development of future civilizations and magical traditions. The Nether Scrolls, ancient repositories of arcane knowledge, remained one of the most coveted treasures in the world, sought by arcanists, treasure hunters, and scholars eager to unlock the secrets of the Weave.
Well, they're mostly gone
The
now.
survivors of Netheril spread their culture and magic wherever they settled. These remnants of Netheril's legacy would continue to influence the course of history, shaping the future of magic and power in Faerun. The vast Anauroch Desert, once the heartland of the Netherese Empire, became a lasting monument to the Empire's fall. The desert
An empire
covered
that
the
lived
ruins
for
of Low Netheril,
3,000
and
years.
scattered remains of its floating cities lay buried beneath the shifting sands. While much of Netheril's magic was lost in the collapse, its influence continued to ripple through history. The rise and fall of Netheril became a cautionary tale for wizards, a reminder of the
Not that any of the wizards actually listened. One trope that continues in D&D to this day is that wizards with power corrupt absolute. It happens to every single one. They want more knowledge, they want more power, and then they go into lichdom and become a lich. And after that, then they go neutral evil and then proceed to get killed by an adventuring party, and then another wizard does the same thing again. It's an endless cycle with these wizards, I swear. They're just obsessed with knowledge, so much so that they want to live forever to learn everything.
dangers of overreaching ambition and the catastrophic consequences of unchecked power.
To be continued. It's because there's a Netherese that I referred to, that city that studied the shadow plane, do come back, and they orchestrate a war to try to conquer and rebuild Netheril. Because they mess with the shadow stuff. Now here, we're getting into some more updated stuff. This is the guy we just watched, that was Loremancer, and he did Lore of Netheril. After this, now we got Lore Brary, and he focuses more on AI with his videos, so it looks a lot better. But it's a shorter version, but it's Discovering Mephistopheles, Hell's Greatest Wizard. Take your time, but he is the greatest wizard in the Nine Hells. Not really. That's actually Asmodeus, who's the ruler of the Nine Hells, because he's a literal god. But he's one of the archdevils of Hell, who rules the eighth plane of the Nine Hells. I forget what it's called, but more specifically, this is a video that just focuses on him. See what it gives us.
I am the...
And this guy in the picture, that is not Mephistopheles. It isn't. That's not him. The real Mephistopheles has crazy amount of horns, a bunch of wings, and is literally on fire from the back. And the dude's got several tails, and he's huge. This is a standard Cambion holding a trident. Now, maybe in a lore book somewhere, this was a picture of Mephistopheles, but in every other canon I've seen him, he is crazy designed.
The power that negates.
Because he was the first archdevil that Asmodeus made into an archdevil.
Rightly so, for all souls that come to be deserve to perish wretchedly. 'Twere better nothing would begin in that pathetic world. Thus everything, mortals' terms, their sins, destructions, and evil will bow before me, and I will be its representation. For that is my proper form, and through that desire my future hell will conform. They will name their terms, and I'll name my price. In the infernal annals of Beta, there are few events so daring, so cataclysmic, and so utterly doomed as the reckoning of hell. It was an act of treachery and ambition, unlike any before or since. A failed uprising that reshaped the hierarchy of the 9 hells and left scars upon the very layers of its creation. Known in ancient tomes in
Those scars laid on its creation were the result of the serpent Arma falling after the creation of the multiverse. And when he fell through all 9 layers of Bator. As a result, he was severely injured. His blood that leaked from his wounds created the first pit fiends, which is the highest class of devil you can obtain normally without being giving greater power by Asmodeus to become an archdevil. Pit fiends are literally the peak. So if you're a soul who ends up at the 9 hells and you work your way through the ranks from Lemire to each level that a devil is, you will become a pit fiend if you get to that point. Pit fiends are the commanders and the ones who run the demonic armies of devils in the 9 hells.
Candlekeep as the Reckoning, or more formally the Reckoning of Hell. This rebellion was a declaration of war against the Lord of Nessus himself. Asmodeus, the undisputed ruler of the 9 hells. The architects of the rebellion were some of the most cunning minds in existence. Chief among them was Mephistopheles, the archdevil of Cania, whose ambition burned hotter than his realm's eternal frost. He was a devil of paradox,
Okay, so he's in Nessus.
a lord of cold and flame, a schemer whose arrogance matched his intellect. Tired of Asmodeus's shadow falling across his every plot, Mephistopheles sought to bring about the end of the Lord of the Ninth through careful and strategic betrayals. Thus began his pilgrimage across the layers of hell, one that would bind 4 archdevils into an alliance of fire and frost, steel and coin. Mephistopheles' first destination.
To be clear, Asmodeus didn't punish Mephistopheles for this. He, in fact, enjoyed it. Because as cunning and clever as Asmodeus is, he needed some kind of entertainment. Mephistopheles gives that to him. He enjoys playing these games with him. Because to Asmodeus, it's just a game.
Was Minauros, the 3rd layer of Bator, a land drowned in endless mire and sinking corruption. It was here that Mammon ruled, his serpentine body coiled within his palace of rotting opulence. Mammon, lord of greed, was a creature who measured all things, allegiance, betrayal, even damnation itself, by the weight of gold and the promise of a future gain. Mephistopheles found him atop a throne of rusted crowns and shattered jewels, muttering to himself about debts long paid and profits never rendered. The pact offered to Mammon was simple: support in overthrowing Asmodeus, and in return, unrestricted dominion over infernal trade and tribute. Mammon's answer was not immediate. He slithered through clauses, chewed on contingencies, and finally hissed his assent, not out of loyalty to Mephistopheles, but because he believed he could profit most from the collapse of the current order. The next step took Mephistopheles to Dis, the 2nd layer of Bator, where the Iron City spread like a cancer across the scorched land. At its heart loomed the Iron Tower, home to Dispata, the Iron Duke, Dispater was a devil so cautious that even his thoughts seemed forged in lead and locked behind vault doors. It was said that to reach him, one...
Considering Mephistopheles is a frigid archivist, as his son Raphael said, that he quite literally, he likes to gather magical artifacts and just toss them away in a vault and say, hey, I've got this. Which is weird, because I would have expected Mammon to be the one who does that, but it's Mephistopheles who does.
had to pass through 100 gates and 1,000 traps. Mephistopheles, however, brought something that even Dispater could not ignore. A threat to stability posed by Asmodeus's unchecked power. To Dispater, the Reckoning was an opportunity to reshape the rigid lattice of Hell's hierarchy into something more secure. Under his careful oversight, of course. After a long debate, the Iron Duke agreed to join, but unlike Mammon, Dispater offered no promises of loyalty, only the assurance that he would act in whatever way best protected his tower and his city. Despite their alliance, there was also a degree of competition and envy between them, particularly regarding arcane knowledge and secrets. Last came Geryon, Lord of Stygia, the fifth layer of Bator, a realm of black ice, blizzards, and howling winds. It was a land that mirrored its master's brutal simplicity. Geryon was a warrior king, a beast of muscle and wrath who had little taste for politics or pretense. Where other archdevils schemed through lies and layered pacts, Geryon believed in strength, in crushing one's enemies, underfoot and hearing the ice crack beneath them. Mephistopheles came to him not with promises of riches or safeguards, but with a single vow: war. Endless wars, bloodied and glorious, fought.
Which is weird, considering that if that was the case, this dude would have been the archdevil in charge of the first layer of the Nine Hells, Avernus. So it's just weird. Welcome back. And I find it strange that a devil who desires conquest and war wouldn't want to be at the front of the blood war. But, to each their own. Every archdevil's unique.
Fought not against the mindless hordes of the abyss, but against other archdevils and the legions of Nessus itself. Geryon, though wary, was stirred. The thought of unleashing his fury across the layers, of fighting without end, without restraint, was intoxicating. Thus, the first faction of the Reckoning was born: Mephistopheles, Mammon, Dispater, and Geryon. Each joined for reasons of their own.
The thing is, as much as Mephistopheles would like to overthrow Asmodeus, and to Asmodeus it's an enjoyable game to play, he can't. Asmodeus has absolute dominion over who becomes an archdevil and who doesn't. He can demote and promote as many and as often as he wants any of the archdevils. The archdevils are godlike in power, and one who sits at the top, literally living in the bottom of it, is Asmodeus. As much as these archdevils want to usurp him to say their way would be the better way, it wouldn't matter, because they can't usurp the literal god of the Nine Hells. And that's what Asmodeus is. Even though Asmodeus is actually just a cover for his true form, Ahriman. But still, for all intents and purposes, they can plan, they can make all their little games in an attempt to usurp him, but none can. Asmodeus has made it a personal doctrine of his that any archdevil that shows any signs of rebellion, he will punish. And he instantly punishes them all. That no one succeeded. He's either demoted them, froze them in solid blocks of ice for all eternity, or removed them from the scene completely to where you never see them again. And the only one he's never severely punished is Mephistopheles. This guy has tried to usurp Asmodeus numerous times, but because he's Asmodeus's first archdevil, there's like a kind of kindred spirit there, because they both act the same. Because Mephistopheles likes being cunning, planning, and being a archivist, while Asmodeus is the same. He likes to be cunning, smart, tactful, just like them. They're similar, so similar, but they're so different in how they approach it.
Some for profit, some for control, and others for blood. But together, they formed a cabal that sought to unseat the Prince of Nessus and take dominion of hell into their own devilish hands. Yet they were not the only ones stirred to ambition. Baalzebul, the fallen angel of lies and rot, caught wind of Mephistopheles' movements. Rather than join, he rallied his own allies.
Well, it's not islands, it's plains located in one plane. Well, actually not planes, layers. There's layers. The 9 hells starts from Avernus to all the way to the bottom of what Bator is, the Serpent's Coil. There's 9 layers. Each layer has an archdevil that oversees that layer. And to put things in perspective, Asmodeus rules all of the 9 layers. He just merely lets the archdevils run those layers, so he has, well, less work to do.
Zariel, still newly fallen and drunk on the glories of war. Belial, the decadent lord of pain and politics. And Moloch, the militant tyrant who had grown tired of serving beneath the heel of others. 2 factions, 8 archdevils. And at the center of their spiral of treachery, one figure stood alone, Asmodeus, watching, waiting, smiling. In the deepening darkness of the 9 hells, ambition blazed hotter than any infernal fire, and soon the air was thick with ash and treachery. The reckoning, which had begun as whispered alliances and veiled pacts, erupted into open war. A cataclysm of blood and betrayal that thundered through each of the 9 layers of Bator. It began with a lie. Zariel, once the fiery angel of battle, and now a warlord twisted by hellfire, mustered a massive legion. Rumors spread like wildfire that her force was bound for the abyss, a noble campaign against the demons of the Blood War. Even Asmodeus allowed the troop movement to proceed, trusting his archdevil's thirst for demon blood.
All right, so this is where I gotta explain some things. Zariel is a fallen angel. One of a few. She was a Solar, and did not enjoy the Mount Celestia's gods and the good aligned gods to ignore what was going on with the Abyss. Now, see, the Abyss is known as the chaotic evil of the D&D universe. The beings you're seeing here, these archdevils and the devils, are beings who became corrupted by the Abyss while they were angels fighting against the Abyss on behalf of Mount Celestia. So, they became lawful evil fighting against chaotic evil. They believe in hierarchy and strict command, while the chaos of the Abyss believes in, total chaos. No structure, just total chaos. There's a war going on called the Blood War, which happens on Avernus. Avernus keeps a gateway open, allowing demons from the Abyss to funnel through directly onto its plane, and the devils continuously keep fighting them. Because if they didn't, the Abyss would leak out into the realm of Faerun, and it would overwhelm everything. It would be total chaos, and it would destroy the gods. Because in order for gods to exist in the D&D universe, at least in the Faerunian pantheon, they have to have followers who worship them. And without mortals alive, they have no one to worship them. So they have no godly power. That's what causes them to do all this with the 9 hells, allowing these beings to fight on their behalf while they get to sit comfortably in Mount Celestia doing nothing. Sure thing, man. See you later. But when it comes to Zariel leading a campaign in there wasn't for a normal archdevil that has tactical prowess would not allow a direct march into the Abyss. It would do nothing. It would not allow them to attain victory. Asmodeus, the ruler of the Nine Hells, believes in drawing the Blood War out. He's doing this for a very specific reason. You see, when he got Mount Celestia to sign a pact, the Pact Primeval, it allowed him in it to get atheistic souls, souls that don't have a god that they worship. So when they pass on into the afterlife, they go straight to Asmodeus. Asmodeus used the excuse for this to get these souls as needing them for the Blood War by convincing Mount Celestia that that's why he needed them. But in truth, that's not what he's using them for. He's using them to repair his body at the bottom of the Serpent's Coil, called Ahriman. Asmodeus is just an avatar for Ahriman, a cover. So that's why that he allowed Zariel to just march straight in there without care, because the more forces he loses, the longer the Blood War continues. Asmodeus could end the Blood War. He's capable. He could do it. He just decided, man, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to let it keep going so I can get all those atheistic souls and repair my body that's been severely damaged from my collapse into Bator. So, that's what's going on. That's Asmodeus for you.
But Zariel had no intention of descending into the abyss. In a sudden, brutal turn, her armies swept down upon Dis. Infernal horns echoed through the iron towers of the City of Pain as devils, loyal to Disparta, found themselves overwhelmed. Flame and steel
It was a
clashed
ruse.
in the courtyards of the Iron Tower, and the skies of the second layer wept molten iron. The Iron Duke, ever vigilant, vanished into his fortress's deepest defenses, where even Zariel's wrath could not reach him. But the blow had been struck. The war had now begun. Even as Dis burned, Moloch and Belial launched a two-pronged assault on Stygia, seeking to remove Geryon from the fiendish board and secure a critical junction between layers. Their combined legions surged across the frozen plains, towers of ice shattering beneath Baylor-wrought siege.
And to be clear, Asmodeus is allowing this all to play out. He knows every plot, every scheme, everything. Ever since he got the Ruby Rod, there's not a single thing he is not aware of that goes on in the Nine Hells. As clever as these archdevils think they are, they always forget he can remove them from power or rise them to power. Doesn't matter. The fact they keep doing this over and over shows they don't learn. Asmodeus cannot be usurped. He's not even physically actually real. He's only got enough power to convince them that he is, because his power comes from something other than the source of divinity or the source of the souls. It comes from a giant snake at the bottom of the Serpent's Coil.
Engines and legions clad in barbed armor. But what they found was not a craven devil awaiting defeat. Geryon, the Beast King of the Fifth Layer, rose in full fury. Ice cracked beneath his tread as he waded into battle, horns lowered, teeth bared. For days, the fighting raged. Cold and fire clashing. Columns of infernal blood freezing mid-air, then shattering in a gory rain of devilish pact magic. Even so, the attackers pressed onward. Malbolg and Avernus threw their strength behind the campaign, convinced that Geryon's stubbornness would collapse under the weight of combined might. They were wrong, but the battle dragged on, giving Mephistopheles the opening he sought. With Zariel tied up in Dis and Geryon under siege, Mephistopheles struck. His armies, swift, swept
This is what he
into
really
Maladomini,
looks like.
the seventh layer ruled by Balzamon,
Wings on wings, horns
the
on
Lord
horns,
of Lies
tons of flames.
and Prince of Filth. Maladomini was a ruin even before war touched it, a wasteland of collapsing cities and poisoned air. But now, it became a furnace of violence. Mephistopheles unleashed his Canian legions, devils clad in glacial armor and bearing infernal flame, who now set entire districts ablaze with hellfire. Balzabul, pride wounded and plans unraveling, called desperately for reinforcements, but none came. The archdevils were too entangled, their forces too thin. Meanwhile, Mammon, ever the opportunist, performed a brilliant reversal.
Ever the opportunist.
He lifted his support from Zariel's siege and sent his legions to reinforce Disparta. The attack on Dis faltered. Zariel, surrounded and isolated, was forced to withdraw, her fury echoing across the layers like a falling star. As the tide turned, both factions sensed victory. Baalzebul, bloodied but not broken, poured what remained of his armies into Maladomini. Mephistopheles met him with equal force. Two great hosts of the Nine Hells clashed, their banners crimson and black, their blades screaming with fiendish magic. The skies split with lightning. The hells beneath the ruined cities fractured and burned, even worse than their usual degradations. Victory seemed within reach. But then came the signal. From atop the glaciers of Stygia, Geryon lifted his great horn and let out a thunderous call. It was not a command of rallying, nor a cry of desperation. It was the voice of betrayal, for Geryon had never truly joined Mephistopheles. While he had entertained the rebellion, he had never ceased to serve the Lord of Nessus. Behind the battle lines, thousands of pit fiends, generals and commanders entrusted by both sides, suddenly turned on their own forces. Bound by ancient oaths to Nessus and secretly aligned with Geryon, they tore through their confused and outnumbered hosts. The fields of Maladomini became oceans of blood. Devils fought devils with no understanding of why their own commanders now struck them down. No side was spared. Even the victorious turned to ash beneath raining meteors of infernal magic. Asmodeus's wrath was unleashed in full through the traitorous generals who had always been his. When the fires died down, silence reigned. The rebellion was shattered. Its leaders, once titans of ambition,
It wouldn't have
were cast
worked
down or
anyhow.
punished. Mephistopheles vanished for a time, licking his wounds in the frozen darkness of Cania. Mammon's treasures were seized. Disparta, ever cautious, closed the gates of Dis so tightly that none but his most trusted were allowed entry. Zariel, though not yet fallen entirely, would not be trusted for some time. And Geryon, well, Geryon was rewarded, but not as he expected, for even loyalty in hell comes with a cost.
Yep.
When the last screams faded into silence and the rivers of blood turned to stone, only one figure stood untouched amid the ruin. Asmodeus, unburned, unchallenged, unbowed. The Lord of Nessus emerged from the reckoning elevated, his supremacy no longer a matter of dogma or fear, but one of irrefutable, cosmic truth. The rebellion had failed spectacularly, and in its failure, it cemented Asmodeus's dominion over all Bartor. The price for treason was steep, but, as always in the hells, it was calculated. Baalzebul, once the proud and silver-tongued Lord of Lies, who had whispered treachery into the ears of kings and archdevils alike, suffered the most humiliating fate. As the one who had most brazenly attempted to usurp the throne of Nessus, his punishment was personal.
Ooh.
Before the assembled archdevils, Asmodeus stripped Baalzebul of his devilish shape. With a flick of the ruby rod, the Prince of Filth was transformed. His towering form melted and sloughed into a grotesque, worm-like creature, bloated and oozing, forced to slither through his own ruined domain. Though he retained his station in name, his shame was absolute. His once grand palaces of rotting stone now echoed only with the whispering mockery of lesser devils. His punishment was an eternal degradation. Mammon, the miser of Menauros, saw the tides turning long before the final battle was lost. Ever the survivor, he abandoned his allies in the final hours of the war and slithered into Nessus under a banner of surrender. Before the throne of Nessus, he laid his hoarded treasures bare and grovelled before the one he had sought to betray. Asmodeus spared him, but his legacy was shattered. The other archdevils viewed him with unrelenting suspicion. His name became synonymous with cowardice. His contracts were scrutinized. His envoys were mocked. Though Mammon remained Lord of MYTHOS, he ruled a lair whose wealth was a vault of poisoned coins and hollowed promises. And then there was Mephistopheles. It was he who had kindled the fire of the reckoning, who had whispered rebellion into the ears of 3 archdevils and orchestrated the first strikes. Of all the conspirators, his guilt was the most blatant. And yet, he was spared.
Yep.
Not cursed like Beelzebul, not publicly shamed like Mammon, not overthrown like Moloch, nor cast into paranoia like Dispater.
No.
Mephistopheles, the Lord of Carnia, retained his throne and his icy confidence. Many wondered why.
I can take a guess as to why. Mephistopheles was the first archdevil and stood side by side with Asmodeus, and it makes sense. He loves the games he plays with him.
Some claimed he had struck a secret bargain with Asmodeus before the war even began. Others whispered that Asmodeus admired his cunning,
Yes.
feared his power. Perhaps it was all part of a longer game. Perhaps the rebellion had been allowed to happen, an elaborate purge orchestrated by Asmodeus himself.
Asmodeus was bored. There's a line of dialogue from one of the books. He explains that I was just bored. Literally, that's what he said.
With Mephistopheles as an unwitting pawn, or a willing accomplice. Whatever the truth, Mephistopheles survived. And in Cania, the frozen winds howled with laughter. Mephistopheles holds court within Cania, and just like the frigid land of Stygia above, it is a bitterly cold realm of glaciers and howling ice storms. Within his court, ice devils make up his retinue. Operating from his great tower, the icy citadel of Mephistar, he conducts a never-ending series of experiments that expand his understanding of arcane magic and of the planes of existence. Mephistopheles keeps his realm churning with punishing storms, and while some visitors make their way to Cania, he doesn't entertain them with any compassion. Asmodeus has charged him with maintaining a stout security force around Nessus. Travelers that make their way into Cania are more often than not killed by the frigid land within seconds of arrival. As he is the foremost wizard in the Hells, Mephistopheles suffers nothing that would compromise his intellectual focus. He hates distractions and allows only particular devils
That's why
to
he's an
speak to him
archivist.
without first being spoken to. Due to this lack of tolerance, he has been known to disintegrate minions for the smallest transgressions, and sometimes carries out an execution simply because he suspected that a devil was about to do something that broke his concentration. As the Wizard of the Hells, he's able to devote almost all his time to his research, thanks to the loyalty of Hutijin, his top lieutenant. Within his 8th layer, he has arranged the land as an enormous laboratory. Mephistopheles and his devotees prefer to conduct their studies in a wasteland where they can unleash gouts of arcane energy without destroying anything that the land of hell would require for the Blood War. Experiments involving new spells, new magical items, and other innovations for the infernal arsenal
His
regularly
lieutenant's pretty
cause
cool looking.
localized cataclysms in Cania. This activity attracts numerous spies, despite the inhospitable environment. Merely observing Mephistopheles' disciples at work can provide insights into the nature of their research and the discoveries they have made. His court is constantly alert for agents from Dis, since it greatly pains Dispater that Mephistopheles might come across a scrap of information he doesn't possess. A number of renowned archmages, including Mordenkainen, have at times found their way into this realm on a search for forgotten lore, or in the hope of confirming a theory of arcane magic. As the keeper of arcane souls, Mephistopheles and his followers specialize in luring wizards, sages and scribes into making compacts with the 9 hells. Of all the Lords of the Nine, he has the lowest quotas, but the highest standards. He harvests the souls of skilled wizards and cunning sages, exactly the sort of travelers he requires for his research. Curiosity and ambition are motivating factors that entice such souls into his service.
No doubt.
Often, a mage who gets an opportunity to join the cause of Mephistopheles sees that invitation as proof of one's ascensions to greatness. The downside to this arrangement is the true nature of the Lord of the Eighth, which is apparent only after a new contract is signed. He can be charming when he recruits a soul directly, and his agents are careful to avoid making any promises about his actions or attitudes. But once a soul arrives in the Nine Hells to serve him, it invariably faces decades of routine work or tedious study. Thus, few who join his table of arcanists remain happy with their decision, but they would be well advised not to show any discontent, as he fills his contracts with cleverly worded clauses that allow him to annihilate any of his servants with a word. Libraries and other realms with arcane knowledge are recorded or contained within Cania, mainly to ensure that a single disastrous experiment at one location can't destroy the evidence of all the work conducted at other sites. In his pursuit of ever more lore, Mephistopheles combines his prodigious intellect with his obsessive nature. This combination of traits enables him to delve far more deeply into a topic than most ordinary wizards can even conceive. Even the tiniest of trivialities is fascinating to him. Here and there, tucked away in Cania's terrible environment, and similarly buried in the immense bureaucracy of the Hells, stand long isolated citadels occupied by sages and spellcasters.
Luring in wizards, it's a weird thing because if you sign a contract with a devil, the majority of the time is to gain some kind of power. It's usually become a warlock. So I'm curious if the wizards become warlocks. That's what I'm curious about. I'm not sure if they do or not.
Toiling away at some seemingly forgotten endeavor. The walls of Mephistar ripple in illusion, and the ice melts to reveal a chamber of red light. Mephistopheles sits alone, a prince in disarray. He paces across a hall of scorched crystal, his steps melting frost with every stride.
The thing about Mephistopheles, though, is he has multiple personalities. He can be charismatic, then he can be cunning, and then he goes batshit insane.
He speaks in riddles and soliloquies, addressing no one and everyone. To some, his voice would sound measured, controlled, but I see deeper. I feel the fracture lines behind his eyes. It is mine. It has always been mine. The throne below, the pit beneath all thrones. Then, the mask cracks. The vision turns violent. His composure collapses, replaced by screaming fury. His hands claw at his face, blackened nails raking down skin that instantly heals, only to be torn again. Fire erupts in the room, twisting into serpents of molten script. Tomes explode into ash. Servants vanish in flame, burned without ever being seen. Magic seethes from his body in violent pulses, burning sigils, fractal chains of planar geometry, and tongues of flame that write secrets I barely comprehend. He shrieks names: Disparta, traitor, Geryon, fool, Mammon, pathetic. Asmodeus, always Asmodeus, spoken with venomous awe. And then, silence. His fury passes, and with it, the vision cools. He looks up, and in the mirror of illusion I have crafted, he sees himself, regal again, polished, measured, the devilish storm hidden beneath layers of charm and civility. He allows me to live, Mephistopheles whispers to the cold stone, because he wants to see if I can reach him. He dares me to descend, then climb the spire to his throne in violence. He tests the shape of my ambition. I dare not speak, but the connection between our minds is open. He feels my thoughts, and so he replies not with words, but with sensations. hot and terrible, like a dagger pressed to my soul. You will help me find the path he cannot see. I nod by necessity, and the vision fades. As the heat of memory dissolves, I collapse to one knee. Mephistopheles stands behind me now, real and silent, a devil of vast contradictions. His shadow pools around me like liquid ink. Write it down, Solvra, every word, every tremor. So I do. I record the fury behind the crown, the truth behind the prince. I write it in ash and flame, and I wait for the next vision, for the next chance to peel back the layers of his infernal mind and uncover the path of his that leads to Nessus. Because if I do, I might yet rewrite my own fate. The citadel vanishes. In its place, the endless ruins of Maladomini, where cities collapse under the weight of their own lies. A landscape of unfinished grandeur and sinking ambition. At its center, Beelzebul, slithering, decaying, regal in form and revolting in spirit, the Lord of Lies, his bloated figure adorned in tarnished gold, crowned with flies of thought and rot. His mouth moves, but a dozen lies tumble out at once, each contradicting the next. Every word is a trap, every truth a poisoned blade spoken, and behind him, in shadow and smoke, paces Mephistopheles. I would rather share a throne with Asmodeus than a table with that loathsome, dribbling worm, he snarls, not to Beelzebul directly, but into the vision itself, his words branding the air. The illusion
Such a
fractures.
creepy looking form.
One
I
moment
swear.
Beelzebul is towering and cruel, the next he is writhing, defeated, dragged through the sludge of his own domain. Mephistopheles is imagining the outcomes, replaying 1,000 futures where his rival dies in fire, or falls in shame, or drowns in his own deceit. He breathes mockery into every effort of his, opposes for opposition's sake. He binds the tongues of my spies, turns my agents to ruin, poisons even my thoughts with doubt. The illusion ripples again. Beelzebul's face now overlays the walls of Mephistar, his laughter echoing from the icy shards. His voice crawls into my ears, 1,000 denials, 100 counterplots, each laced with half-truths. And then, heat. In the fantasy he conjures, he tears the Lord of Lies apart, deceit by deceit, claw by claw. The ice melts around us, the floor glows red. This is not simply a hatred of his, it is his obsession. Then I feel it, the source of his distraction. Asmodeus. I cannot see the Lord of the Ninth in this vision, but I sense him. High, distant, amused, a figure of untouchable commandment. So long as that slug lives, my attention is split. Mephistopheles murmurs through the connection. He keeps me reaching upward to the layer above, clawing at his filth, when I should be gazing downward, toward Nessus. I shiver, not from the cold of Cania, but my thoughts now weaving together, forming an understanding of the torment and hatred that lies before me. He cannot reach Asmodeus so long as Beelzebul lives, and Asmodeus knows it. This is the chain, the trap, the cruel brilliance of the Lord of the Ninth. To leave the ambitious tangled in lesser wars, too consumed with enemies beside them to rise against the true tyrant above. The vision fades. The scriptorium reasserts itself around me. Cracks of cooled lava. The low groan of a moving glacier. The scent of brimstone thick in my throat. Mephistopheles breathes behind me. Slow, heavy, focused. Write it, Solvra. And I do. I etch it into metal, spell-carved and flame-branded, the record of enmity. The truth of his obsession. The vision of an archdevil shackled by his own vengeance. The illusion takes longer this time. Mephistopheles' thoughts are heavy.
Vengeance is ambition.
The vision pulses through our mental link like magma struggling to breach a frozen crust. I hold my focus with trembling hands, drawing on the last of my prepared spells. The weave between us is taut. Then, a revelation. I see them. Legions of ice devils arrayed like glacial spears across the expanse of Cania. Rank upon rank of gleaming blue carapace, halberds glowing with frost-rune enchantments. Beyond them, towers of ice rise like blades from the glacier Nagus. These are zealots, bound to Mephistopheles, not by love, but by awe. Every devil, be it Barbazu with rusted glaives, Cornigons swinging flame whips, or pit fiends radiating dread, bears a sigil on their armor, a stylized flame encased in a cage of ice, his mark. Mephistopheles stands atop a platform of frozen iron, arms raised. They believe I am chained, he whispers across the tether between our minds. But who holds the key to Nessus? And then the vision shifts. I see the gate, the only known portal into Nessus, the 9th and final layer of Bartor, a monolith, veined with a crimson acquiesced light, sealed in an eternal frost. No devil passes through without Mephistopheles' permission within the vision. No legion enters without his oversight.
Mephistopheles' obsession is not based on vengeance. It's based on his ambition to usurp Asmodeus. But he'll never be able to do that. Asmodeus, he has absolute power over every archdevil. If he allows him to do something, it's because he's bored. The war, he just wanted to see it out of boredom. See who would do what they would do, blah, blah, blah. And all he had to do was sit back and watch. Because they all had ambition. Every single one of them. It's their greatest strength, but also their greatest weakness. Ambition of the devils.
A true master of the passage. But why? He guards Asmodeus' door, and with each passing century, he learns his weaknesses. I see how it pulses, he murmurs, how he uses the souls. I know what offerings he requires, and one day, I will twist him open and take what is mine. The scene darkens, the cold recedes, and then the hellfire comes. It is unlike any magic I've ever felt. I struggle to maintain the spell as Mephistopheles raises his hand and summons a sphere of molten black light that burns without smoke, without sound. Hellfire, the essence of Bator, refined and weaponized. Where fire sears flesh, hellfire erases it, whether that be souls, identities, or the layers themselves. Asmodeus gave me this icy domain, Mephistopheles says aloud, now standing physically behind me. His voice crackles like embers in a snowstorm. But I forged my own flame, and with it I will gain back what is mine. He knows I am coming, for even in his egotistic arrogance, he can't deny one fact, that he needs me. In the illusion, a single strand of hellfire lashes out,
understand him.
touching the gate to Nessus. It screams. I fall to my knees, blood in my throat. The illusion collapses. Mephistar reforms. The heat is unbearable. Frost from the outer walls sizzles into a delicate mist. Mephistopheles says nothing, but I feel his pride, his quiet, relentless certainty, and I write it down. I burn every line into slate and memory. The gate, the hellfire, the army poised at the edge of the 9th. He guards Asmodeus' realm, and he is learning how to open it, to take back what he sees as his by right. He rises and turns to be, pure confidence within his voice. I am the power that negates, and rightly so, for all souls that come to be, deserve to perish wretchedly. 'Twere, better nothing would begin in that pathetic world. Thus, everything, mortals' terms, their sins, destructions, and evil will bow before me, and I will be its representation. For that is my proper form, and through that desire, my future hell will conform. They will name their terms, and I'll name my price.
Gotta admit, the lore in D&D is just something to behold. I love every second of it. Mephistopheles, Ahriman, Jaceria, Asmodeus, I mean, these are just, we're talking like the deeper part of the lore. Netheril, Karsus, Lilom, Larlock, Orcus, Vecna. It's just an ongoing thing. All right, well, that's it for today's stream. I'm going to go and call it here. I will see you guys another time.
Burned, unchallenged,